Oh my goodness, good morning! Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Who's excited? Raise your hand if you're excited. My hands are up. Pretend like they're up. They're paralyzed. I can't move them. But if they weren't paralyzed, pretend that they would be up. Yeah! Hi everyone, how's it going? Congratulations to Carrot for getting first. Um, congratulations. Um, shout out to all my bald bobs and dirty bobs and freak bobs out there. Yippee! Paraplegic streamer? Is that what you call someone who's paralyzed? How dare you be 1 minute late? Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. My the little clock in the corner of my screen said 17. I was exactly on the side on time for me. You must be just in the future or something. I'm so excited I just can't hide it. Yeah! I'm so excited. I'm a little worried. I remember Danganronpa 2. It took me quite a while to like remember everybody's names, so that will probably happen again. So just like fair warning. I'm sorry if I forget your favorite character's name. My memory just kind of sucks. Wow, yeah, so much gambling in chat as well. Wow. Your clock said 2:19. Well, I'm gonna need you to go into your settings and match your clock to mine. For me, it says 2:24 p.m. So if your clock does not say 2:24 p.m. right now, I'm gonna need you to fix that, okay? Yummy! Bob, please. Have you guys seen the memes where it's like, haha, you're so funny. Please don't go bald. I like those quite a lot. We will not be having a bald redeem. Um, um, yeah, I don't know what to say about that. We just will not be having that one. But I hope you have lots and lots of fun and that you like my meow meows. Oh my goodness, I hope so too. I haven't even opened the game yet. Let's open the game. I'm not 10 minutes ahead. Oh, well, that's good. You were 10 minutes early to the stream though, so I would believe it if you were. Like, do you guys want to watch me click the button? We can go on Doc's view. Oh my god. It's looking so good. Look at all these little guys. Sheesh. Sheesh. Controller layout tool. Raise your hand if you're playing Danganronpa on a controller. That sounds a little silly goofy. Bald haters on the chat. Oh my god. Yeah, we do have some bald haters. Hold on. We're pausing. We're pausing the Spotify. We're waiting for Danganronpa to open. It's not opening, it's so over. It says running install script. Okay. Using mouse or controller? Definitely mouse. Ah! Wait, I can't hear anything. And also, it's cropped funny. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Are you holding? It's because we're in Doc's UFO today. I just wanted to I just wanted to show everyone that I was clicking it. Okay, all characters appearing in this game are fictional. Write that down. How's the volume? Oh, wait, this title is a little more funky. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the bonk. Wait, I'm kind of vibing with this. If you're not using a controller, start the launch controller first. Will it not let me play? All the control guides will be the controller ones. Oh. Okay, fine. Okay, sorry. I'm launching I'm launching controller. Are you supposed to play this with a controller? That seems kind of crazy. Okay. I'm launching the controller layout tool. Perhaps. What the hell is this? What the hell are we looking at? Gamepad? Oh, are you feeling QWERTY or Azerty for today? I don't know what Azerty is. Okay, we're starting game. Oh my god, sorry. Hold on. Okay, all better. All better. All better. All better. Download and oh my god. All resemblance to real persons living or dead is purely coincidental. I think they're lying. I think all your favorite meow meows are real. You gotta go find them. You gotta... If you give me your mama's credit card number, then I'll tell you where they live. Hopefully do 100. Oh my goodness, thank you for the 50 stream streak. That's so nice. Okay. Okay. We're vibing. We're vibing. Any Azertas in chat? Azerty is a keyboard layout in some parts of the world. Really? Wait. Raise your hand if you're an Azerter. I'm a quarter. I've never seen a not QWERTY keyboard before. Okay, new game. What if you load a game and there's nothing? Shit! Oh my god. How many free spots are we looking at? 30? I might be misguided, but I'm pretty sure Danganronpa 2 had like 100. So I'm already gonna have to dock some points. If you load saved data from the demo version, you will unlock a special reward. I don't even have the demo version, but I love special rewards. Looks good. I'm going to find them. No, you gotta give me the credit card number first. Only I know where they are. I failed to load save data. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think I ever had a demo. I guess we are not getting a special reward. Oh. Probably English, huh? Feeling English though today. New game. New game, and then a bunch of question marks. Extra! Option. Let's look at the options. Wow. Movement! Oh my god! Dirty Bob or Freaky Bob foe today? Control shooter? Danganronpa? Yep. Looks good. Everything's in order. Oh. This is gonna be a bit of a stretch, but does anybody know what I did for Danganronpa 2? I'm pretty sure I had one of these on mean, and it was so hard. So maybe just both normal is fine. I would like to think that I can have mean logic, but Danganronpa logic is kind of a whole different beast, huh? New boxes jobs! Normal should be fine. What if I'm a gamer? What if I'm built different? Go kind logic! No! I'm not making it easier. I'm just wondering if I should make it harder. What if that's kind of awesome? T3 is largely not as bad as DR2 for the minigames. So are you saying I'm a gamer? Mean logic, do math to calculate the size of an octagon? I think I did that pretty awesome. We're gonna be mean. Can you change this later, or am I just like cooked? What do you think? I hate when the streak is broken. Oh, did your streak break? It's so over. It's rude, not mean. I don't know. It says beginners beware, and I'm not feeling like a beginner. I can change it at any time, but I probably wouldn't recommend mean. Well, if I can change it, then surely... Surely we're ballin'. I'm feeling like a baller foe today. I can change it before the trials? Okay. So I'll just have to save before the trials. And if it's too hard, we save scum. Yo, is that Nagito? What the? Sheesh. We're in the multiverse foe today. Trigger Happy Havoc. That is not even what we're playing right now. Okay. Grab your coconuts, girlies. Okay, looking good. Looking awesome. Did Monokuma have a wig? That's pretty awesome as well. I think we're slaying. I think our baddie levels are off the charts right now. Oh, so cute! I really like that art style. Sheesh. That fucking bear that I hate. Say scumming Danganronpa. All real, all true. I don't think I hate the bear. He's annoying, but that's like his job. Okay, killing game will begin again. Lock in. Are you locked in? I'm not locked in. I got a cough drop in my mouth. Team Danganronpa. Okay. Putting it on me, now it's gonna make you 200 hours to beat it instead of 100? Nuh-uh. Listen, we can just change it back if we need to. Need a running Monokuma on screen? Do they have a gif of that? If they have a gif of that, I'll put it on the screen. But you gotta find it for me. Probably not 100. I'm just about to end chapter 5 and I'm at 60. Well, how many hours did it take you for the second game? Because I think we might be built different. 6-7 hour playthrough. Sheesh. Okay, nothing. No light, no sound. No form, no voice. No knowledge of who I am. Who am I? Who am I? I extend a hand. Sorry. A hand that belongs to one. Okay. To take hold of my existence. Oh! Is this us? Oh, hold on, I'm turning her up. She's got an ahoge. That's pretty cute. I put in a good 100 hours, but I was grinding
K-Cud, Meha.
What does that even mean? You're grinding mana coins? I don't think I'll be grinding anything. Double the time! Guys! Guys, look at her eyes.
My name is Kaede Akamatsu.
Oh. Kaede.
I just remembered who I am.
Oh, a girl.
Nice to meet me.
A girl coming out of a locker photo today.
I'm the protagonist of this crazy story.
That's Venti's VA. This is Erica Harlacher. Shit! I low-key don't hear it. Big fan of that one. Oh my god. Perceiving. Ultimate Revival. Oh. This is so Monster Energy coded. I stumbled out of the locker in a daze, but as soon as I did... Oh, audio's a bit low for the voices. Thank you. Ah! I pressed escape to go to the menu, and I think it like skipped everything. We'll fix it soon. I don't know what happened there. I couldn't even brace for impact as blinding pain suddenly rushed through my head. Oh. Bonk. But thanks to that pain, I went from dazed to annoyed real quick.
Huh?
Huh? Wait, where am I? What is this place? I rubbed my throbbing forehead. Yup, this is definitely going to leave a bump. I looked around. Oh.
Classroom.
Oh. You just got your character for a moment. Shh, I am. It's regular. This is a classroom, alright, but I don't recognize it.
Where am I? What am I doing here?
Check out Green. They were last playing Minecraft. Who are we promoting right now? Oh, is this a dream? I just had to pinch myself, right? Ew. She's made out of balloon material. So I pinched my cheek. But all that did was make my head hurt in 2 places instead of 1. Okay. Hold on a sec. Let's just stay calm and think this through. Confused as I was, I tried to remember how I ended up here. But now, no matter how hard I tried, in the end I just couldn't. Bam. Whoa! Suddenly, the locker next to mine started swaying and shaking, making all kinds of noise. As I fearfully turned around, the locker door slowly opened and... Oh, a boy came stumbling out. This game is weird. You get to enjoy the despair of them changing around all the controls. It's so over for me. Balloon cheeks. Sheesh. A normal boy dressed in a school uniform. In fact, he might be a high school student too. He looked bewildered, and when he slowly lifted his head... What? He screamed as if he'd just seen a monster, fell on his butt, and scooted back. That's his monster scream? It was so sad. Who are you? Are you with those other guys? Oh. Wait, he's cute. I like his eyeliner a lot.
Huh?
What other guys? The people who kidnapped me. Kidnapped?
Wait.
Where am I? What are you gonna do to me?
Hey.
Hey, hold on. I firmly gripped his shoulders.
You know?
What's your name?
Huh?
Huh? I wish he would say it. I don't want to butcher it. I'm Shuiki Saihara.
Yeah.
I'm Kaide Akamatsu. Now listen to me, Shuichi.
Got it?
Shut up. You're not the only one who's confused right now. Sorry. After making him shut up, I retraced my steps again. That's right. I was kidnapped too. Oh my goodness.
I was walking my usual route to school when all of a sudden someone shoved me into a car.
Oh dear. I just saw a monster hashtag scoot.
I shouted for help, but no one came to
Don't
rescue
be like
me.
that. I love how sassy she is. She is very sassy.
Everyone pretended like nothing happened. It made me think how rotten the world is. And then I lost consciousness.
Wow! Hi, Hero! Thank you so much for the bed. It's Danganronpa 3, we're doing it. This might be your turn to die. I was thinking that too.
That's right.
And when I woke up, I was inside that locker.
Huh?
Same with me. Were we kidnapped by the same people? It seems like it. In the nicest way possible. I don't know if it's just the angle, but he looks... have you guys played Breath of the Wild? You know the, like, fish prince? I think his name is... Sidon... something. That's kind of what he's looking like.
Jeez.
But why me? My family's not rich, and I'm no one special. I'm just a normal high school girl. Is this just Makoto as a girl? This one's a roller coaster. Good luck. Are they not all roller coasters? You're scaring me. This guy has no side on. I don't know. I guess if you know, you know. I'm just something about him. Me and she have a hat on. He isn't even wearing one. Okay. Yeah, it's not like his head is turned and his hat bill is not turned. He's wearing it at a 45-degree angle. Sorry, maybe I'm judging him too harshly. There's no reason to kidnap me.
Okay.
Me either. I'm just a regular guy. Your head might actually explode on this one? Oh, thank goodness I have an emoji for that. Kaide is way better than Makoto. You're still Jags feel. Hee hee, I'm so normal. I do get kind of tired of that. Yeah, thank you for the. Okay, well, don't thank me for breeding Anubis. Um, you're so welcome. You're so welcome. Anytime. And this is a school, right? Why did they take us to a school? I wonder why. Hey there, I'm sure you're confused right now. You're thinking, where am I? Well, I can't explain that, but I can give a basic explanation about the controls. Move your mouse to control the reticle on the screen. When you have a target in your sights, left click to investigate it. Hold down right click and move the mouse to adjust your view. I think this is all the same. You can also press the spacebar to smack objects around. Can I press spacebar on him? Who knows, you might find something amazing. You can always press the Q key to return objects to their original position, so relax. However, not every object can be moved. Thank you for understanding. Why is he in the distance and his hat is so goofy? Really Griffith's shoulder again to fix his hat. Maybe he's trying out a new style. You press the enter key, a mysterious investigative power will activate. Okay, well, I can't hit him, I guess. Kinda sad. His hat is my biggest complaint with him? Really? Well, you know, we've all been there, I guess. Enter prompt is the replacement of our highly interactable objects. Oh. With a suit is interesting in its own way. It's not a baseball hat. Listen, his hat is fine. He's trying something, and we're being supportive about it. Hi, John. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch. Anyway, let's just stay calm and think. I'm sorry I shouted at you earlier.
No.
No, it's okay. I shouldn't have yelled at you.
Hey.
Anyway, this place is weird. You don't think we got caught up in something bad, do you? Something bad? What's going on? What have we gotten ourselves into? Can you smack it? The hat? I don't think so. I don't like that it's just a hand that goes flying. Like, you know how in the beginning of the game, it was like a hand that doesn't belong to me reached out? That's what this is feeling like. What's wrong with the hat? Ozzy just took off his hat shyly. It's fine. It's just that kind of a goofy angle. That's all. The outside of the window is covered in greenery and barbed wire. Why are the school windows covered in barbed wire? Is this a monitor? Nothing's being displayed right now. Seriously though, what is it? It seems really out of place. Man, I want to smack stuff. Why would they give me this and then not allow me to smack? Have you considered the hat is slay? I'm considering. I'm considering. The sticky hand toys you get from those machines? Yeah! Oh my god. We like didn't get enough arcade tickets for the big prize, so we just had to get like 10 of the slap hands. We woke up inside of these lockers. It's so weird that there's only 2. But why were we in these lockers in the first place? Where am I? Why was I kidnapped? Who kidnapped me? I don't understand this at all. That doesn't matter, at least for now. Hey, let's just get out of here as fast as we can and find some help.
Okay.
Yeah, good idea. We ran as fast as we could to the classroom door and opened it with all our strength. But then know what I was expecting, but it wasn't that. Smack harder? Oh, anything not triggerable can be slapped. Oh, I thought it was like you could only slap the triggerables. Both hands is crazy. Huh. I'm perceiving?
What? The monster?
Okay. I like the voice.
This is bad. We need to get out of here.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Scoots back cutely. Oh my god. Kaide, over here. Are we running? What the? Oh my god. I was not expecting this. Hello? What's with this guy and monsters? Maybe he likes them. Oh! Did I go down the stairs? Uh-huh. Amazing! You like the monster? The tops of the flowers. Yo! Just looking at them. Jeez. Don't go that way. Over here. I feel like the mech probably isn't that bad. I don't think it would kill me. Probably just a freaky classmate if I had to guess. That's weird. Why are we playing Temple Run right now? Yo! Only if they're edible. I wouldn't just eat random flowers. Ah, jeez. What are those things? Oh, are there multiple? Ah! Those are daisies. Well, Jim? Oh, name reveal. Okay. I'm remembering. Am I wrong? Yes. Yes! You are wrong. As we frantically dove toward the door, we saw something we never expected to see. I could see you eating random flowers. Okay, well, thanks. Man, I know a lot of edible ones. Oh my god, wait!
More people have arrived.
Okay, I'm judging people based off looks. And I like... wow, that guy is really short. I really like the person with the mask. I think they're kind of awesome. And I also like the girl with the checkered skirt and the little hair clips. I think those two are looking pretty awesome.
Huh?
Did you all get chased by that monster too?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Let me drop something in here for y'all. What what am I looking at? Pal World more than just pals. What are you? You're scaring me. Mask guy is something, alright. Oh my god.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
excited. I'm excited, I'm excited. Quick, go work out. Wait, I don't even know what's happening in my chat right now. The fixation on the hat is sending me? What? What?
What are they? What do they want
Wait,
with
that
us?
guy's hat is also at a 45-degree angle. Who just growled, by the way? That person's voice was very nice.
Do you want me to check on what's happening?
I don't like that person's voice.
You can't. It's too dangerous out there.
That one sounds like an anime, like little I'm all fired up fella.
It's likely that monster's
Ew! That guy sounds like he likes feet.
Wait.
I shouted at the top of my lungs.
Who are you guys? And why am I here?
Who is that to the right orientation? Because this anti-hat propaganda, it's not the fact that they're wearing hats, it's like they're just at weird angles, I guess. I don't know.
That makes 16.
Oh. I like this one. This one sounds like a cowboy.
What?
We need to turn the voices up soon. Oh, that's kind of real. I don't know how. I don't know how to get to the menu without like skipping dialogue.
I'm talking about us. There's 16 of us, all high schoolers.
Yeah, that's a really pleasant voice. No ultimate hat wears around here. So real. Oh, F1 is the menu? Oh, maybe I can't do it here.
What do you think that means?
Why do you think that means? That's so pretty. Hold on, I can just turn up the game itself, and you might get blasted in the ears with music, but at least you'll be able to hear a little better. 16 high schoolers? Wow!
Oh,
Oh, right. Didn't answer your question.
my name is Rantaro Amami.
I can give you my name. It's Rentaro Amami. Rentaro. Okay.
I'm sorry, but
Cowboy. Let's leave it at that for now.
What?
Huh? Okay.
You know,
Anyway, why does it matter if there's 16 of us? There might be more coming. 16 high schoolers lying hidden somewhere in the school. They're so hidden. We're just so good at hide and seek. 7 degrees is awesome.
no.
Nah, I think this is all of us. If this is what I think it is anyway.
What?
If this is— oh my god, wait! She is slaying so hard! Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, I like her eye makeup so much. If this is what you think it is? Oh, she's so cute!
Hey!
Oh, she's less cute seeing this sprite of her. What, you some kind of fucking know-it-all? If you know something, spit it out. It was at that moment, an unknown voice suddenly echoed throughout the gym.
Okie dokie.
Weird. Okay, quiet everyone. Shimmy down, shimmy down. No, it's simmer down.
What?
Huh? Who's that? Where are they? Oh my god. Cute! I like big robots.
Are you serious?
Damn it, there are more monsters. We're surrounded. These aren't monsters. They're exosols.
And that's that.
They're highly mobile bipedal weapon platforms. Weapons? Should we take these for a spin by killing one of them? Yeah! Wait a minute. It wouldn't be any fun picking on plain good-for-nothing commoners. Fix your hat! Guys, it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. Their hats are fine. You're right. We should at least think of an interesting way to kill you. Maybe I'll pick you up and squeeze you till your guts come gushing out like toothpaste.
Wait!
Please, not like toothpaste. Oh, man, she's so pretty. I didn't really like to see her face all sweaty. It's like drooling. Ugh, I just imagined it. I can't handle gore.
Well,
Then what if we start peeling off their limbs one by one, like string cheese? Please, not like string cheese either. Why is she so goopy? Hashtag Saplin. Yeah, I thought she was cool until she gooped. Wait, we can't kill them with the exosols. She's fearing for her life. Yeah, but like, why is she drooling? Hi, Shan. Thank you for the hydrate stretch. According to the schedule, the exosols aren't supposed to show up till later.
what are you saying?
But we're in the exosols right now. Oh, so we are. We screwed up. We're not supposed to be in the exosols for our first appearance. This one is given the little bunny. I low-key forgot her name. You never panic drilled before? I have not. I told you we should have read the script.
What are you saying?
No, you didn't. Well, why don't we just get out of these mechs? It shouldn't be too late for that.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do that. Usami, yeah! She had the same little noise. When chat rings out and you don't look like a cartoon character about to eat the best burger of their life? No, that hasn't happened to me yet, but I guess there's a first time for everything. Okay, ready? Oh, Momo. Oh, Monosuke, Monofun. This is like when you get into a K-pop group and you find out they all have like goofy little mascots. Oh. I think I like the tiger one's design. Your reactions to danger are very interesting. Gee, a monster got a scoop my cheeks. I got a gunshot too. It'd be like that. Who's your bias? Who's your favorite? Well, I need to hear them talk first. I don't know their personalities yet. Who is whispering in my ear right now? They're multiplying. My god. They went through mitosis. Huh? Monotaro. Why are we counting? See? We're out of the exosols. Shut up! What is this freaky song and how do I go ham like this? Power Rangers Monokuma? I love Monosuke. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm really perceiving this one. I like this one. I like the funny little cape. Now we're not as scary anymore, right? 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 I really don't like the talking. I didn't look at any of them, but the one with the bra, it was distracting. Oh, I didn't even notice that this one had a bra. I was distracted by the pacifier. I thought that was kind of weird. His desperation is strangely terrifying. Oh, you punk asses better brace yourselves. The chest hair is unfortunate. Mono kid. Okay. And he's just outright terrifying. I'm a messenger from hell, from the depths of hell, here to drag you down to hell. No, Mono Kid. You're saying hell too much. It's ruining the hellish impact. Why do they have pacifiers? Maybe they're not pacifiers. Oh my goodness. Mono Kid is one of the vulgar ones. It's okay. We'll get over it. Can't focus on the game. The mono titties are too distracting. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I don't know what to do about that. Eh? What's hellish mean? Hey, what's up with these stuffed animals? How are they moving? I have no idea. Stop saying to. Moving stuffed animals. Ew. Little goober. On top of that, it seems like they're calling themselves some mono cubs. Moving stuffed animals? Mono cubs?
Huh?
Wait, you guys call yourselves the mono cubs? They're the raw freak and it's like 1, 2. Oh my god. It's like we're counting chickens. Oh. Wait, I kind of like this one. It looks nervous. Mono-chan. Do mono cubs like cubs? They're children? Are they children? They don't really feel like children. Oh, don't bother asking Monodum. He only talks to close friends. The years of abuse have really done a number on his heart. Isn't that right, Monodum? Aw, wait, I couldn't pick him. This song fucks? Can I say that? You can say it, but I'm not gonna agree with you. It's all that remains of a once powerful nation. I don't know. This feels like weird subliminal messaging. Monodum, you won't even open your heart to me? Rentaro Amami.
I see.
I'm remembering. Looks like I was right. This is exactly what I thought it was. But who's behind all this? What are the ridiculous theatrics? God, shut up, you. All of you are reacting way too normally to this. It's boring. Actually, don't their clothes seem kind of boring too? Wait a minute. You think maybe they haven't been given their first memory yet? Huh? That should have happened before they woke up. Hey, answer my question. If you guys are the Mono Cubs, then... Hey! Who the hell are you punks? Huh? I hate all of them? Oh, understandable. Monodum and Monosuke are the only tolerable characters out of the Cubs? Well, it's over for us. Guys, stop freaky typing. What do you mean? Oh, I kind of like her hairstyle. That's very pretty. Have you guys seen Alpha and Omega, like the wolf movie? Like the animated wolf movie? She looks like Lily. We're just wondering, do you guys have ultimate talents or anything like that? I like the Monokuma money. Ultimate talents? I don't have one. Is game audio a bit choppy for anyone else or just me? Fixes itself after a bit. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't know how to fix it for you. Just got back from the eye doctors. I still have eyes. Let's go! Glad to hear it. I have a skill that I devote myself to, but I wouldn't call it an ultimate talent. Me neither. I don't have anything like that. Never mind, you guys are right. His hat is annoying. Yeah, same here. I knew it! They haven't gotten their first memory yet. Monophony, weren't you in charge of that? Why is she wearing a bra? Hip over! Z. She's sleeping? Does she seem really tired to you guys? She's obviously faking it. See. She's a girl in the group. How else do we know? Oh. Is the tiger striped one not also a girl? Oh, I thought they were. Even if she's faking, she looks so peaceful. Let's whisper so we don't wake her up. 1, 2, 1, 2. Thanks for adding to it. If you say so. Anyway, if you guys really are the Mono Cubs, then don't worry about us. The real issue is yous bastards. Monosuke is a dude? Oh. That's so interesting that the only girl has a bikini on. Sorry, give me a second. I'm sorry. She's going for a swim? Wait, that's so awesome. I hope we all go for a swim together. Well, issue is putting it mildly. This is actually a huge problem. You all have forgotten your talents and become generic high school students.
Huh?
Monosuke isn't pink or has flowers or a bra, so of course he's a boy. My bad. My bad. Now you're on the threshold of an amazing adventure. I'm really feeling like it. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Huh? Forgotten. See? According to the backstory, there's this ultimate hunt going on. You've all lost your memories and become different people because of the ultimate hunt. What are you talking about?
Oh well.
Sorry, I promise I'm not sick. Well, in your current state, it's pretty much pointless to talk to you guys about this. The song is so distracting. The first thing we need you guys to do is remember your true selves. Yeah, you need to reclaim your sealed talents by regaining your memories.
What?
What the? Are you awake already? I don't get it. Wow. This hair is so awesome. I don't get it. What are these sealed talents you're talking about? How are we supposed to talk to you when you keep asking so many friggin' questions? Yeah, we're not some swift-footed singer who's landed another future ex-boyfriend. Oh my goodness, look at him. He's so cute. I like the fellow with the purplish hair. The hair that looks like an octopus. I like the way he looks. Let's do this already. No one wants to watch a bunch of generic high school whiners. First, we'll update your wardrobe so you guys all look cute and spiffy. Oh my god, cute and spiffy. I don't know anything about this game, they just have cool colors. Oh my god. Wait, this is cute! I love a good magical girl transformation. Wow. Oh, so cute! Aww. Aww. Wow. Wait. I wish I appreciated the other outfits a little bit more. Magical girls. What could her talent be? I don't know. Judging from the clips in her hair, I think she's a painter. Why do we back? Oh god. I hope this never plays ever again in the whole entire game. Huh? What am I wearing? Looking good. Now you look more like Ultimates. Why is she holding them? I don't know.
1, 2. He is all
Okay.
that remains of a once powerful nation.
Thanks. This is the wrong start the game over. Okay. Ultimates? Really? Oh. Wait, I kind of liked his suit. He looks not as good. Next up, the memory you've all been waiting for. Do people actually say use like that? Hell yeah, get ready. Once the seal is broken, we'll be in the domain of the killing game. Killing game? Why is his hat so crooked after me? Fix that shit. I guess it's just part of his personality. Maybe he can't take it off. Maybe it's like a turtle shell, where if you try to remove it, you just die. Now then, after the flashback light helps you remember your amazing talents, this amazing story will begin for real this time. Oh, so long farewell. That was cute. Oh, perceiving? Oh, Utsa. Oh my god. This is what happens when you're a CS major, by the way. Oh, do you want to save? Yeah. Pick a number between 1 and 30. I bet his hat was on right after the transformation. Oh my god. Can we get a cover of the 1, 2? Oh my god, that would go crazy. 6, 6, 7 is too far down. I can do 6. That's gonna have to be good enough. Switch date display? Oh my god, year first. That's awesome. Ultimate revival. Okay. Okay. What a good number. Oh, you like the number 6? My favorite is 17.
Huh?
Wait, we're running it back? I'm sorry, not to be a hater, but I think I kind of liked her other outfit better as well. Like, the pink is cute, but I don't know. I wanted to say so long farewell during your stream so many times, but I waited till the moment you heard it for the first time. Oh, that's so cute. I didn't even know they said farewell. So confused by this joke. What joke? Monster's cute. I stumbled out of the locker in a daze, but as soon as I did, I fell on the floor. Ah! I couldn't even brace for impact as blinding pain suddenly rushed through my head. Oh my god. This is the whole game. We just had to do this over and over again in different outfits. Making the pink shit allegations. Yo, pink is not even my favorite color. I'm not that pink obsessed. The 1, 2 joke? One that is rampant right now? Oh, it's because the song. It's because the song that's playing. They're like 1, 2. You know? Ow. Thanks to that pain, I went from dazed to annoyed real quick.
Huh?
Huh? Wait, where am I? What is this place? I rubbed my throbbing forehead. Yup, thank you so much for the sub! Oh my goodness, this is a song that plays as you rub your throbbing forehead and then get a prime sub from Splingus. Thank you very much! I looked around. Imagine Danganronpa, but it's a Groundhog's Day situation. That's it, that's the whole game. That's it. Thanks for coming. Yeah, this is a classroom alright, but I don't recognize it.
Where am I? What am I doing here?
This is so weird. Sensual cat in the background earlier. Okay, don't say it's sensual. That's crazy. Oh, is this a dream? I just had to pinch myself, right? It sounds like drop ball. No, don't worry, don't worry. So I pinched my cheek. But all that did was make my head hurt in 2 places instead of 1. Okay, hold on a sec. Let's just stay calm and think this through. Confused as I was, I tried to remember how I ended up here. But no matter how hard I tried, in the end I just couldn't. Bam! Whoa! Suddenly, the locker next to mine started swaying and shaking, making all kinds of noise. As I fearfully turned around, the locker door slowly opened and... I think it'd be funny if it was just a different guy entirely. Danganronpa, more like Poo Poo Farpa. Split! Sigh. Sigh! You're on thin ice, buddy. Is it kind of counting that? Look, it's straight on right now. Look, his head and his hat are parallel. Isn't that nice? A boy came stumbling out. A normal boy dressed in a school uniform. In fact, he might be a high school student too. Is this a school uniform? He looked bewildered, and when he slowly lifted his head... Ugh! crazy. We're like, we don't we don't want him here. Oh my goodness. How rude. Don't freak out at me like I'm some sort of monster. Sorry. Mods get splingus. Mods! Get splingus. I'm sorry too, okay? I just have no idea what's going on.
Yeah.
Wait, he didn't scoot this time! But all the more reason why we need to stay calm. Oh. Gymno Payday #1 by Eric Satie. What? Are we telling Alexa what song to play right now?
Yeah, that's right.
Try to imagine that sorrowful melody filling your head and soothing your heart. Great. Oh, wait, that was cute. The hat fell to the side. Oh, man. It's over. And the freaky song is playing again. And we don't even have a gif of Monokuma running. This stream is so cooked. Rise and shine, Earth sign. They're so tiny. Oh my goodness. You probably pick all of them up at once. A teddy bear?
Jeez.
No, it's a monster. You can freak out about this. Yeah! I don't think she was talking to you. That's so mean. You humans are the real monsters for calling us monsters. Although, if we aren't monsters, at least we're pretty monsters. Why is there multiple bears now? The battle pass. It's true. It's true.
Okay.
This is Danganronpa battle pass mod. I agree. I'm glad I was born with these looks. I definitely won the genetic lottery. What are they? Why are they talking? Aren't they just stuffed animals? We're not Monocubs. We're the stuffed animals. Psst, Mono Kid. You're saying your lines backwards. No stuffed animals, us! The Monocubs, them! His drool is unfortunate. Oh jeez, it's even worse now. Huh? Monocubs? Oh, you've heard of us? No, of course not. I've never seen walking, talking stuffed animals. As soon as I said that, these monocub things started looking at each other and... Yay! It worked! Oh my god, what is that tongue? Phew, had me worried there for a second. I like Monosuke because of his Jersey accent. You're so valid for that. Is it a prequel to We Bare Bears? No! Do not disrespect We Bare Bears. That show is so good. Nobody died so far. Oh my god. Mono Kid is literally you? Oh. That's so awesome. Hey, worried about what? I don't understand what's going on.
Okay.
Alright now, let's tackle each issue one at a time. He's got a rock hard what? You're so damn reliable, Monotaro. He's like a 6th grader helping out a 5th grader. Which means we should keep our expectations reasonable. This game, like every other Danganronpa game, is just saying the same things over and over again. Wowee! Cinema! I died the moment I saw him! He's not that bad. I think he's my least favorite of the bears, but he's not that bad. Well, what's your question? I hope in canon, Monokid just has speakers going playing 1, 2. Monodam, my bad. You think that's him saying 1, 2 freaky style? I can't keep track. I have loads of questions, but for starters, Where are we? This looks like a school. Do not disrespect Mono Kid ever again. Oh my god, sorry. It's the chest hair. It's the chest hair. He's just showing that off. Which is like fine, but not my favorite. Okay, so this place is called the Ultimate Academy for Gifted Juveniles. Ultimate Academy for Gifted Juveniles? Ultimate Academy? I've never heard of a school like that. Of course you haven't. This school is made for you 16 cretins. 16?
That's right.
Yeah, there are 16 ultimates at this school. Huh? Ultimates?
Well,
What's wrong with chest hair, dude? Macho Man Mono Kid? I guess I'm just not much of a Macho Man enjoyer. Like, it's fine. He's just my least favorite. Gonna be so hard not to tell you accidental spoiler slip. Aw, man. No spoilers, please. I'll cry. I'll cry. Don't even hint at things that haven't happened. I'll cry and also explode, and then my mods will blow you up. The doobie! Aw, hell nah. You know what ultimates are, right? The government scouts them through this program called the Ultimate Initiative. Ultimate basically means you're particularly prodigious in a particular talent. Basically, the Ultimate Initiative exists to cultivate talent throughout the country. Promising students are eligible to receive all kinds of special handouts. Like free school tuition, voting privileges, eligibility to run for elected office. They even get grant money too, right?
that's right.
Students chosen by the Ultimate Initiative are known as Ultimates. Oh my god. Hell yeah. Students would do anything for the honor of being a chosen Ultimate. I don't need an explanation. I already know. Because I'm an Ultimate too.
What?
That means you gotta remember this time. So don't forget anymore. This is so bizarre. Yeah, forgetting about your ultimate talent is such a waste. Mono Kid has an awesome guitar? He's the GOAT, come on! He does get aura points for the guitar. Huh? What do you mean forgetting? Shut up! Quit your yapping and get started already. Aw, he broke it. He broke it. No more aura for him. Get started? With what? Why, exploring this academy, of course. It feels so frustrating to meet these guys in actual cast. I know, I was so excited to meet new characters, and there's like... they're like, here's a bunch of bears. Here's a bunch of goofy little marketable plushes. Sigh. I guess it's fine. Fiora. Also, you should introduce yourselves to the other Ultimates. Because you guys are all going to do an activity together later. Oh, I like activities. Oh. Okay. The guitar will be fixed in real time? He did it. How did you know? Awesome. I've got a rager right now. Well then. I've got a rager right now? Does that mean what I think that means? Is that... Okay. Ah, they left. But I still have so many questions.
Hey,
This isn't a dream, right? No, but I wish it was. Anyway, we have to find a way out of here. But they said there are 16 ultimate students here. Wait, we are playing hide and seek. What the hell? Does that mean he's one too? His outfit reminds me of like a basketball player. Or sorry, a baseball player. But we already met an ultimate baseball player. I wonder what he could be. Why is Mono Kid talking about hard-ons? I don't know, but that's your favorite Go get him. Yay, yay, Kaide! Sheesh. Are you an ultimate student too?
Okay,
Yeah. Well then,
I'm Shuichi Saihara.
Suichi.
I'm the detective.
Detective wearing this? Wearing this? Oh hell no! I'm going to jail. Look at my detective, bro. Oh, it's so over. They call me the ultimate detective, but okay. She said 0 stars. That's so real. I wish. Hold on, let me. I can't open the menu yet. The music is so loud compared to them. What's wrong with the drip? I like his drip. It's okay, drip, for like being a normal guy. But like, if you're my detective, I'm worried. You never wear a hat like that. Oh wait, wasn't she already the ultimate detective? We're so cooked. We're so cooked. We ran out of things. What? You're a detective? That's amazing.
No.
No. I don't have the credentials to call myself a detective yet. I just happened to solve a case that I came across, and now people call me that. Wait, what if this is Kirigiri? Happy Trans Day of Visibility, everybody. Better yellow Nike shorts instead? Yo! That's crazy. That's way, way worse. What the hell? Not many people can just happen to solve a case. You should be more proud of that.
Oh, yeah. My name is Kaede Akamatsu. I'm the ultimate pianist. Nice to meet you.
Oh, wait, that's nice. What a good one. Ultimate pianist. Well, no one calls me the ultimate pianist. Usually just piano freak.
Ever since I was a child,
The-
I would play the piano whenever I got bored.
Why does she look like that? I can't look away.
There were even times I played the piano so much that I would forget to eat and sleep.
Aw.
Eventually, I won trophies from concerts, and people started praising me.
That's so cute. The baby picture is so... Wow. She's so dorky looking. She's really like, yeah, they call me the piano freak. Wow.
Ultimate title?
The Danganronpa artist can't draw children? Is there just one artist that does all the, like, cutscene art? I assumed it was a lot of people. Funniest CG since Baby Pekko with the adult-sized sword? I don't even remember that, low-key.
No, that's all I'm good for, really.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why she's looking at us like that. This is my first time meeting another Ultimate student. Well, Ultimates are scattered all over the country. They're difficult to find. Even so, there are 16 Ultimate students gathered here now. But why is everyone here? Were we kidnapped? Drawn artist the famous? Oh, okay. Danganronpa is his name. He's Oh, wow. Danganronpa. If so, then, is some organization out there trying to kidnap all the Ultimates?
Hey,
So about that. I don't remember.
Huh?
Huh? You don't remember? I've been trying to remember it, but I can't, no matter how hard I try. I have no idea how I got here. When I woke up, I was in that locker. I don't know how I got there. It's like that memory just fell out of my head. Same here. Huh?
You know,
I can't can't remember anything. Even though I'm trying so hard to remember. Oh. Oh. Okay. Oh.
What happened?
Are you okay? What's wrong?
No.
Oh, I'm fine. I just got a headache, that's all.
But
It can't be coincidence that we both don't remember. What happened to us? I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. Probably not a big deal. Twink detective!
Right?
Sort of awesome. Shout out to all the twink detectives out there. The one from Genshin Impact and Bungo Stray Dogs are also pretty awesome. How did that memory fall out? Sure. We're confused. We just need to relax is all. Oh, let's imagine Maurice Ravel's Sonatine.
that's...
Is that music? I don't really know much about music.
I see.
I see. That's unfortunate. When we get out of here, I'll share it with you. I like how when Suichi turns his head, the hat retains eye contact. Why would you say that? I'm never gonna stop thinking about that. Thank you, I guess. BT has the best first trial. I can't wait. Yeah. Please don't say too many, I don't know, anticipatory things. But I am quite excited too. This guy seems like he could use a train. Terrible detective 10. A train. A train. What? But first, let's look for a way out. And if there are other Ultimate students here, we should talk to them too. At least one of them has got to know something.
You're right.
Yeah, good idea. Obtained friendship fragment, yeah! Can we remember pressing the escape key or interacting with the door? No, still can't hit him. Oh, and I can't press F1 for the menu either. I guess we're just cooked until we're out of the prologue. Oh. Wow, you really can just hit whatever for fun. Spoiler alert! That's it, buddy. You're going to jail. No spoilers around here. Rampo needs help with the train? Oh my god, I love Rampo. That was fun. Oh my god, I leveled up. Okay. Are you trying to hit him? I don't know. He looks a little bit hittable, don't you think? Wow, look at the flowers! Even though it's a hallway, there's sure a lot of plants growing around here. And the air here is heavy. Oppressively heavy. As if forcing you to recall your fears, smothering you in anxiety. But this is just a school, right? What kind of school makes you feel like this? Huh?
What's the matter?
I just felt something in the pocket of my uniform. When I looked,
Remember.
I found this inside. It's some kind of mini tablet computer. Oh, maybe I have one too. I knew my backpack felt heavier. The word monopad is written on it. When did this get in my backpack? My name was displayed when it booted up, like a student handbook. I don't know what it could be used for, but I don't think we should throw it away. Let's just hold on to them for now.
Yeah.
Why would they ever throw them away? First Kel, now Suichi. I think Foster's too many people hittable. Yo! I did not want to hit Kel. I love Kel. Punching X and Xbox X on my mini tablet computer right now. Sheesh! On the monopad foe today. Can the tablet run Genshin? Hopefully. Hopefully. Yeah, I agree. Okay. Congratulations, you can now use the monopad. Press the F key to open it. You're getting closer to your fellow students. Your report card will be updated with content. Since you're now acquaintances with Miss Sahara, his information has already been added. Yo! Thanks for the bonk. And I bet you're also... Whoops. Is there a way to look at the passings? Oh well. It's probably not important. Report card, make friends. Yup. Save and load the game. Okay. Find your classmates. Okay. Wait, did they not say it was F? Oh. This is wild. Dress up! That's so cute. Okay. Play and dress up later. Okay, voice volume. Okay, I think all of this is fine. Actually, love the way the hallways look in this one. It's pretty awesome. I like the flowers quite a bit. Okay, we're saving. Shee! And then let's look at our report card. Likes piano keys. Dislikes bicycles. Likes novels, dislikes gossip. Blood type AB. That means he's crazy. A little bit, perhaps. His chest is almost as big as hers. Interesting. Okay. You keep eating them. No, I haven't eaten a flower in a while. It's not really flower season quite yet. Oh, wow. This room looks like it's meant for me. Oh, wait a minute. Is this the music room? Click. Huh? It won't open. But this room does look like it was made for me. Oh. Oh. We're rising, we're shining. Oh, hello. The freaky song is back. They're here again.
Hey.
What do you think this place is? Check out all this fancy schmancy writing. Seems like a place for eggheads. Huh? Isn't this an ultimate research lab?
You stupid.
What the hell? Why would you tell them? We're trying to make it all dramatic. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. Huh? What's an ultimate research lab?
Yay!
Want you guys to keep honing your ultimate talents, so we set up these rooms for you. This is the ultimate pianist lab, but we set up labs for other ultimates too, of course. Wait, everyone has their own little room? That's cute. Most of them are still hidden, though. Yippee. Azu, that is disgusting. By the way, the reason this research lab is still locked is because we're still setting up everything. Sorry, we'll hustle to get it all ready.
Wipe your asses and wait.
Okay, what an interesting line.
The hell you saying?
That's good advice and all, but don't you mean to say hold your horses? Mono Kid is such a dummy. What are you laughing at? I'll bully you like I bully Monodom. Aw. I really like him. He's just a little creature. Aw. Okay, bye. I want to find pretty people. It seems like the music room. But I guess it's just an ultimate lab.
Hey,
Do you think there really are other rooms like this for everyone? I wonder about that too. Anyway, I thought this was the music room. Aw, I really wanted to play the piano. Oh well, I can play as much piano as I want when I finally escape this place. Okay. Looking for beautiful people. Hello? Oh. Downstairs photo today. It is so pretty. Oh, are you the cowboy? No. I don't know who you are.
hey.
Oh, hey there. You guys get kidnapped too? Well, you both look alright. That's good.
No.
Situation could be better though. Nice piercings. He's him? Really? Like, so different. Okay, okay. Yeah, totally.
Hey.
Hey, let me ask you something. Do you guys remember how you got here? If you're asking us, then you don't remember either, do you? Why is he a cowboy? I don't know. When I heard his voice for the first time, he was like drawing his words out like a cowboy. I have a very strong opinion on this guy's design. Really? In a good way or a bad way? I don't really think I have a strong opinion. I really like how many accessories he has, but other than that, he's just okay.
Actually,
Ha, you're the same way too, huh? You don't remember anything, do you? I guess that means everyone here is the same.
Huh?
Huh? Everyone?
no.
I asked the others too. They all said they don't remember. So the others don't remember either.
You got me.
It's like we all have amnesia or something.
But
Oh my god, his hat is so womp. He's very pretty, but also something about him is vaguely ominous. I think it's the eyes. Okay, okay. I'll have to look at his eyes again. But that's not normal. If everyone here has amnesia,
that means
the eyes are kind of ominous. I don't know. I think this shirt isn't my favorite. It reminds me of like in children's books where there's like a sleepy old man with like a nightcap and a little candle. Like this is the kind of shirt they be wearing. Well, I guess we're all in a pretty abnormal situation then.
huh?
What?
That's not true.
Wait, amnesia's a stretch. We're probably just confused. I'm sure we'll remember eventually.
No.
Or it could be group hypnosis, maybe brainwashing. In any case, I hope we remember soon.
That's a shame.
Otherwise, I'll end up the outcast. The outcast? What do you mean?
How should I put this?
To tell you the truth, how I got here isn't the only thing I don't remember. I also forgot my own talent. Oh my god, Hajime mentioned... Now he's making a very ominous face, but it was even before. Downturned eyes with cool makeup is fire, right? I think so. I don't know. I think I'm more of an upturned eye enjoyer. But it's still pretty awesome. What?
You got me.
Phew. I'm in trouble. I know I must have been some kind of ultimate. I just don't remember. Is that true?
Well, yeah.
course it is. But then again, I don't blame you for not believing me.
Oh,
Oh, I never told you my name, did I? It's not like I already told you. But then I forgot I did, right?
No.
No, you haven't told me your name yet. What is going on? Maybe detective? Oh my god, 15 ultimate detectives. That would be so awesome. Ultimate slaying ass mofo or ultimate sleepy grandpa? Well, which one? I don't think you can be both.
my name is Rantaro Amami.
Rentaro Amami.
I can't remember my ultimate talent at the moment,
Man, I swear I turned the voices up.
but I promise I'm not a bad guy. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Your voice is so beautiful. Wow. For someone who can't remember his talent, he doesn't seem too shaken up about it.
Actually,
Is it weird that I'm not really bothered by the fact that I don't remember my talent?
Huh?
Ultimate nonchalant. What?
I'm looking forward to it.
You know, I'm actually kind of looking forward to finding out. I wonder what ultimate I am. I really like his style. I think he has one of the best outfits in the game. Really? I know. Like I said, I like his accessories, but... everything else is maybe a little too simplistic for me. Anyway, it'd be nice if we could get along. We aren't going anywhere for a while.
Jeez.
Stop that. We'll escape soon. Oh, the suspicious ass motherfucker. No, that's Kirigiri. You really think it's gonna be that easy? This is kind of a goofy angle.
Huh?
Huh? What do you mean?
No.
Nothing. Just a feeling. Haha, hey. Don't worry about it, alright? I thought he'd be a pretty chill guy to talk to, but I have no idea what's going on in his head right now. Oh my god, we're friends! Don't ever let them see your son! Oop. When do we ask his blood type and chest size? Shoot, asking right away. Asking expeditiously. I'm also gonna fix the volume. Yeah, this just needs to be all the way up, I guess. Is this fine? Okay. What is your chest size, shawty? 32. Oh, they're twinning! Do these people have huge chests, or is hers just like visibly this looks wrong? I don't know. Okay, October 3rd. He likes extraterritorial rights and dislikes cars. What does that mean? I can't have to check his chest size. That's so crazy. This is what I fear will happen if people pick at me from the wrong angle. No, that's so real. It really do be like that. What is extraterritorial rights? I genuinely don't know what that means. Also, this is kind of a fruity pose. He's sitting bisexual style, but I don't like the smirk he's given. I don't know. I don't know. This is very interesting. Okay, let's go find more pretty people. Ultimate alien? Oh my god. Glorp mention. Surely someone's in the dining hall. He's trying Suichi for that one? For ultimate chest size? Yo! Oh my god. Is this a dining hall? A dining hall definitely makes this place feel more like a school. Oh my god, I want to talk to you. You are so cute. Oh. Is that really your intro? Oh my god. Oh my god, your eye makeup is so cute. And I I like your shirt so much. Huh? I'm yelling so I can build up my spirit energy. Oh, she's a weep, huh? Don't you know you can unlock your brain's full potential by yelling to build up spirit energy?
That's...
I've heard that pro athletes do that. It's supposed to help you focus.
Yes!
I must be prepared for combat at all times, just in case someone tries to attack me. Interesting. Legal exemptions, where individuals such as diplomats or foreign officials are immune to the local laws of the country they're in, adhering instead to their home country's laws instead? Like, so he likes crime committing? Love her design too. The hair is so cute. Yeah, she is really cute. I'm worried. I think the person measuring Suchi's chest probably was looking at the freaky guy and not the thing, so they just went with that random number. Yeah, these numbers do not seem correct. I will protect myself with Neo Aikido.
Huh?
Aikido? Then you're...
Oh yes! I'm Tango Chabashira! Yeah! The ultimate Aikido master!
Oh... I don't know if I like her or not. Like, she's kind of cute. She's kind of cute and I like her energy, but... maybe... Maybe you're a little bit of a goober.
Same.
Oh... I always imagine Aikido masters to be huge, burly guys. But you're so cute. Cute? Stop it. I'm not cute. My face crinkles when I suck down a shake. And when I wipe my face, my eyelids turn inside out. My god, I hate when people do that. If you can turn your eyelids inside out, I hope you spill water on yourself. I see. But I think you're cute. Right, Suichi?
Okay.
Huh? Oh, right. That's nice. Sheesh. Tinka's very obnoxious. I see. Oh my god. I like her bell a lot, though. I like a bell collar. That goes crazy. What's the matter? Your face looks really intense now. I don't like to be praised by degenerate males. Oh. Interesting. I tried just now and I poked my eyes. I'm gonna go. Why would you try? I'm gonna throw up. Hi, Lewis. Thank you for the streak. And thank you, Carrot, for the care package. I love her insane ass sprites a lot. This is certainly an expression you could make. Degenerate males? You mean men? Are you uncomfortable around them?
Yes!
It's a way bigger problem than just being uncomfortable. If any degenerate tries to touch me, my reflex is to grab them and throw them across the room.
Yeah.
You're right. That is a way bigger problem than just being uncomfortable around men.
Hey!
By the way, what is this Neo Aikido that you mentioned?
That's right!
Neo Aikido is an original form of Aikido that my master and I completely made up ourselves. So, your Aikido is all self-taught. Huh. Well, her personality might be a womp womp, but her design is extremely cute. Is this face meant to convey? What are you thinking? The world we never know. It was maybe disgust, but with some extra secret emotions sprinkled in there. For this ultimate, huh? I don't know. Let's see what she likes. She likes nunchucks and she dislikes men. Okay. So far, both the girls have the same chest size and both the boys have the same chest size. I really don't know why they needed to include that, to be honest with you. Interesting. I've never even heard of Aikido, to be honest with you. Not really familiar with that one. You look like a little witch. Wait, kind of cute. Yeah. So, are we stuck here? Yeah, that's what it looks like. But don't be scared. I'm sure we'll be out of this place in a jiffy.
No.
I'm not scared. It's just a pain. Something like this won't make me panic, 'cause I'm a mage.
Huh?
A mage? That's right. I haven't told you guys yet.
Prepare to be amazed. Fall to your knees. I am Himiko Yumeno, the ultimate mage.
And these students are kinda interesting, huh? We're stunned! Himiko.
But I'm officially called the ultimate magician.
Okay. Genuinely, this game has the most obnoxious cast?
I see.
I don't think I've met anyone that I like genuinely don't like yet. So at least there's that. Oh, so you're a magician. You should have said that from the start. I mean, it makes sense though, since magic doesn't exist. Yeah, magic does exist.
Huh?
Huh? Because I am a mage. You're just a magician, right?
No.
Only on paper. Wait, I kind of like her. She's a little goober. I like the duck face. No, I like it does have a few real stinkers. Oh my goodness. I think this game is just really polarizing, huh?
Okay.
I'm known as a magician, but that's just a ruse. I am actually a mage.
Huh?
Just a ruse. You guys might not know them, but there's a group called the Magic Castle, also known as the Hall of Magicians. It's where the world's magic lovers gather. We're hearing Gangnam to meet and have a LARP off right now. Oh my god. Do you think they would feed off each other really bad, or do you think they would like low-key be annoyed with each other? Magician? Ah, hell nah. I think she's just making stuff up as she goes, and she's doing great. Yeah, I believe her. I believe her. Look at her. I was the youngest person to ever win their Magician of the Year award.
I see.
That's pretty cool.
Cut it out.
It's all a ruse.
Why you?
They're keeping my magic a secret by disguising it as tricks. What is going on? Because of this ruse, I became famous all over the world for performing tricks. But I'm not a magician. I'm a mage. Nobody believes me. There, don't be sad.
Hey,
Well, you could show us your magic. Then we would believe you.
That's right.
Oh, that's right. Help us out with your magic. It's kind of cute that these two are like sticking together. Take us back to when we originally...
No.
Magic isn't all powerful. I can only do so much. I see. Then, what can you do?
You're right.
I can choose the card you picked, pull out coins, and release stubs. She's so full of beans. I think Gundam would get way more into it. She's too chill. She's getting curb stomped by the four dark devils. I'm sorry. That's so crazy. They'd be throwing energy beams at each other in the cafeteria while everyone's trying to eat in peace. Love that for them. This really they really are high schoolers, huh? This is so high school coded. You think she can summon me a magical sandwich? Hope so. That'd be kind of awesome. Yeah. If it gets serious, I can even saw someone in half. Those are just ordinary magic tricks. I like I like that she's pointing up towards the ceiling. Little nerd emoji. She's really, really cute. So far, all these characters have had pretty good designs. Well, except for the Bono Cubs. Those are like whatever. Okay, she likes small spaces. That's so based. Me too. She dislikes the ocean. That one's not as based. Okay. 4'11". She's a little guy. She's a little guy for real. I appreciate that the high schoolers in these games are all weird kids though. Yeah. They sure are. What an interesting mechanic that they added. I'm so glad I can slap chairs around to get pennies. Rules. Saw someone in half. She's so cute. Yeah, I like her. I googled it. Doves don't eat hamsters. She's cooked. You had to Google that? You had to Google that? How would a dove even get its beak around a hamster? That's so... You are so cooked. Kaide seems so nice and talking to everyone. Then tears apart the room they're all in and leaves. No, she's so based for that. She's so based for that. This looks like the rules for the dining hall. You may eat any food you find in the dining hall. Please take responsibility for all utensils and dishes used and clean up after yourself. The dining hall will be locked during nighttime. Nighttime? So it's closed at night? Okay. You may eat any food you find, but... is there even food here? What is this? I thought it would be like the other games where it like shows you what's interactable, but it just makes everything goofy. Alright, I'm out of here. Eat the flowers! Sigh. Daisies are edible, but I don't know if like the full thing is. Okay, I already talked to you. Warehouse? Ultimate public vandal. She's just a girl. Don't fuck our hamster bob for today. Freaky eye Casey vision? Oh my god, I forgot about that. How do you remember that? Is this a warehouse? It's pretty big. Wow, this is the best outfit I've ever seen in my entire life. I love garter belts so much. Damn it. Where the hell is it? We saw a conspicuous girl rummaging through a shelf filled with different chemicals. This is so cute. Look, she's got fingerless gloves. She's got bows. She's got a choker on. She's got garter belts on. She's so... my god. My god, I need this fit. It's not because it's pink. If it was black, it would still be awesome. I'm just a big fan of like lots of straps and belts and like, I don't know, fingerless gloves and stuff. That is my jam. Quite a lot of drip in this game. We're drowning over here. Tokers go crazy? They do. Hold on. I keep looking at my OBS and this is like a little tall. There you go. The goggles. Oh shoot, you're right. The steampunk goggles are pretty awesome. I will say Like, if I was wearing this outfit, I don't think I would be wearing steampunk goggles with it, but I'd wear everything else. Most conflicted opinion character? Okay.
Hey,
Hey, what are you looking for?
bitch!
Oh my god. Wait, she's mean. Don't sneak up on me, bitch. I literally just met you, and you've already called me a bitch.
Hey,
Hey, I'm sorry if we surprised you, but you shouldn't talk to Kaide like...
Hey!
Hey, crotch rot. You staring at my tits? Okay, I do not know if I like her personality, but... she's very pretty. Shut up freaking at that! Why is he following us? Why is he following us? Like, I don't know. It'd be one thing if everybody we met, we were like grouping up, but he's just kind of a puppy. He's kind of awesome. Don't talk to her like that, girl. Okay, that's nice, sweetie.
huh?
What? What the? Why is your drool like pressurized? Help yourself. A guy like you can only dream of landing a big boobed hottie like me. Go on, get yourself a good eyeful. No, I wasn't staring. My eyes just happened to look there. Okay, well,
You
don't admit
mother-
that. Don't admit that! Oh, my eyes just happened to look there. Oh, my hand just happened to grope her.
Ha! Fucking virgin!
Oh my god. Ha ha ha. I can identify pervs on sight, and you are definitely a fucking perv. That's why you wear that hat, right? To hide your skeevy eyes? And that's why you wear those pants, right? To hide your nasty crotch? Everyone wears pants, though. Haha. Everyone knows that only pervs wear hats. Yikes. All the hat defenders in chat are looking kinda cooked right now. Like, absolutely kill me. I like her. She's so mean. She's so mean, and I wouldn't be friends with her in real life. Like, her personality kinda sucks, but I enjoy this in a character. Are we killing Harmony Karen? I think so. Show that I'm hatless. She might be in chat right now. Wait, her? She's in chat right now? Oh my god. Someone fix my stream. This is cooked. Look, you like her? She's so odd, but I like her. I like her too. I like troublemakers. Dildy mentioned! Also iffy, but ultimately I like her more than dislike her. I think I need to talk to her more. But I think first impressions, I like her. Stop it. Leave me alone. I can wear a hat if I want to. Okay. This is actually the one character I actively like, I think. Ah.
What?
It's kind of awesome. Hiding his eyes with the hat after she said that is interesting. Yeah, he didn't really, like, defend himself. He just said, I can wear a hat if I want to. Eyebrow emoji. It's the bitch. Take that cap off. That's... I think you should say that more often, just on the regular. What the hell are you getting pissed off at me for? Oh my god. Notice how she called... she called Kaide a bitch? And then she's like sensitive? She's crazy. She's crazy. I'm kind of into that. To tell the world you're sorry. If you startle me into losing motivation, that loss will be felt across the whole world.
Hey,
Hey, your vulgar language is uncalled for. Just who are you anyway?
really?
Huh? Seriously? You don't know who I am?
I'm the gorgeous girl genius whose good looks and golden brain will go down in history.
Wow. Take your stupid crotch hiding pants off. What the? That's kind of. Yup.
I'm the one, the only, the legendary ultimate inventor herself, Muiruma!
Oh. Wow. Fun. I've never heard of you. So, what kind of things do you invent? Well, Kaede is so nice. She's trying to learn so much about all her classmates. I make all kinds of gadgets. Ones that let you type while you sleep, read while you sleep, even ones that let you eat while you sleep. Why does everything involve sleeping?
Sure.
I was inspired after I realized how much time people waste on sleep. Though, this one time I invented these really stupid eye drop contact lenses as a gag.
Huh?
Wait, really? That's your invention? Some of my friends wear them. Your friends sound like total plebs. That invention was nothing. It doesn't make you more productive when you sleep. So it's a failure. Just like you two. I signed the patent rights over to some company and never looked back. It seems like a waste. It's way better than your do stuff while sleeping inventions. By the way, what were you looking for earlier? You sounded pretty desperate to find it.
What was that?
Eh? Are you a dumbass? In a situation like this, I gotta find some meds.
Huh?
Medicine? Are you hurt or feeling sick?
Fucking moron!
No, idiot! I need strong meds because I want to trip my fucking balls off. Oh, God. I just want to set my mind free and forget all about this shitty situation. Yup, she's kind of awesome.
Jeez.
Wait, what? You can't use drugs to get high? You definitely shouldn't do that. What the heck? She's learning so much about her classmate chest size. What the? Yup. Yup.
Stop it!
What a character. I'm getting whiplash for real. She's kind of based. I mean, if you just got kidnapped, you know... I guess so. You can't use drugs to get high, bro. What am I supposed to use? Well, yeah. I don't know. When she gets goopy, it's okay. Pink double standard! Her goop didn't look yucky. I don't know what to tell ya. Like, I don't mind if characters are sweaty, but that one girl, it was like coming out of her nose and her mouth. And I just don't vibe with that. Live by the goop, die by the goop. Oh, alright. Noted. What the hell? My genius can't be constrained by the wisdom of the masses. Besides, this place probably doesn't even have the shit I need to get loosey-goosey.
Please forgive me.
So, are we cool? Are you done being mad at me? They say there's a fine line between genius and insanity, but she's definitely beyond insane. Wow, we're friends! Oh my god. What's up with Suichi? He's been quiet ever since Mew mentioned his hat. Does he not want to talk about it? Self-conscious about his hat, huh? What do you like? You like children's television, and she dislikes taking it easy. Oh. She dislikes taking it easy? Oh, I thought she would like that. Ultimate inventor. Uh-huh. She's a Scorpio, I think. She's a sassy, confident girl who doesn't like when people are mad at her. Oh, I wonder why you like her. That's crazy. That's crazy. Don't compare me to her. What the hell? She is very cute though. Mew is great, but she's always dialed up to 11. I like that in a character. I love when people are goofy. RC helicopter. She's kind of tall. I didn't see what shoes she's wearing. She might be wearing heels. Oh, your channel points have been refunded because the TTS message contains spam. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry it thought you were spamming. A remote-controlled helicopter. What's this doing in a school warehouse? No, it's fine. It was just hello with extra letters. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Would you like to leave? No. Sorry. Wait, the scroll wheel lets you leave? That's good to know. A shot put ball for track and field. Does this place even have a sports stadium? Oh. Okay. I didn't mean to click on that. Nothing to hit here.
Also HELLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLL lovely Tuesday. It is a lovely 6-7 degrees outside here and things are going well.
Really?
I
It's like
wanted to give
80
you an
here.
update on something that's happening. I had to go to the doctor.
God.
He was worried about my health because I ate some clay by accident.
Mhm.
I'm not sure what she's worried about, but I've been shitting bricks all day.
Thank you, Big Papa. Thank you so much. That's so awesome. I guess this doesn't open. Let's look somewhere else.
You're right.
Okay. Why are you following me, by the way? Oh, there's a mini map in the corner. I see. End of hallway. Okay. Huh? It says ancient passport. Is this some kind of decoration? I don't know. There's an indent in the middle. I wonder what that is. This place seriously has a lot of weird stuff. Huh. I've never seen anything like that before. You didn't get a dad joke of the day last week. Oh no. Dad jokes, my favorite. Having fun so far? Sure hope so, cause it's package time. Thank you! I am having fun. I want to meet the pretty man with a mask. He's just puppy coated? Everyone wants a puppy boy, but nobody wants to get followed around? SMH in my head. Well, I want to be followed around by someone cute. I guess he's kinda cute, but... could be better. You because he's a pervert, I think. Really? You think he's just like, oh, pretty girl, gonna stay with her? I'm so curious what you'll think of him. Me too. I feel pretty neutral about him. I guess this doesn't open. Let's look somewhere else.
You're right.
Okay. Not sure if I should say their names, so I almost slipped there. Pretty boy with mask is quite fun. Yeah, I guess if I don't know something, just like don't tell me. Even if it's something small. Think so? He's even trying to like defend you? Oh my god. Do you think he's like white knighting me? I think it's funny that he did that, but then when the girl called him a pervert, we were like, damn, that sucks. Or the one girl that was like, I hate men. It's like, oh. Haha, damn, that sucks. Is this the gym?
Huh?
Huh? It won't open. Seems like we can't go into the gym.
What's the matter?
What's the matter, Suchi?
No.
It's nothing. I just feel strange. White knighting you and staring, and hiding his eyes with his hat the entire time. Love to meet people like that. My favorite. I think Suichi is kind of cute. But if you really want him to stop, I bet you can play MCR and he'll start crying and go away. That's so awesome. Don't talk to Kaide like that. Yeah, I looked at your chest. What about it? Yeah. I don't know. I don't like hate him. I think I feel pretty much nothing for him. Strange? How so?
Okay.
Like deja vu? I feel like I've been here before.
Could it be?
We might be caught up in something even stranger than we imagined. Well, it's natural to feel unsettled when we know so little about what's going on. Suichi looks like a devil deviant. You think so? Huh. I don't know. I feel like the deviant OCs that I've seen were maybe a bit more... They had a bit more stuff going for them. TXT mentioned... Oh my god, what? TXT mentioned... We'll probably be fine. What makes you say that? Because we have 16 ultimate students on our side. As long as we work together as friends, I just know nothing bad will happen. Are we? I guess we're friends. Deja vu? Deja vu, also a tease mention? Oh my god, shout out to K-pop. Friends? Oh. He's like, I don't want to be friends. This sucks. I don't think these are the names of anyone I've met so far. Kimiko, Yumeno, Tenka Chabashira, Miuruma, Antara Mami. Oh wait. No, these are the names of people. Okay. Interesting. K1BO, what kind of last name is that? Let's go find them. Off topic, but I really like that we see Kaide's reactions while she's talking to others. It adds a lot. Did we not see that for the other games? I guess we didn't. I guess it's just a text box, huh? Map. Ah. Yo! That guy looks like Nagito a little bit. Where's my mask, fella? Sigh. Okay. The split panels and being able to see more than one person is so nice. We're cooking. Not true, he's just surprised she's already calling him a friend. Relatable as hell. Oh. Yeah, I guess that makes more sense, but... I don't know. I don't know, I kind of like bullying him. Was it this way? I really think Kaide is the most interesting protag. Really? I liked when she was sassy at the beginning. I'm interested to see more personality from her. Because so far it seems like she's just like kind of being helpful to the other little guys. Nagito is still the worst. Nagito is epic. Nagito is the best character. Oh my goodness. Best ammunition for solar catapult. Oh my god. I feel like I haven't met that many Nagito haters. I feel like everyone really quite likes him. I'm on Team Nagito. I like him. Like, this guy is so cute. Look at his little pupils. Hey, wait for me. Good hair color. Oh my god, you are not Nagito. Please stop. Don't come any closer. Oh, maybe this guy has the last name B102 or whatever. looks like a android. Please stop. Don't come any closer. That boy in white is chasing the other boy in the funny clothes. Funny clothes? What's happening here? We do not look like we're chasing. Okay. His aura is strong. Also, that guy I don't like. I wonder who K1VO is. This guy's so cute. Look at his... See, if this guy was from here, like, this isn't acceptable. This is an acceptable kind of puppy boy. He seems sweet. Come on, wait up. Let me touch your body a little. I've always wanted to be friends with a robot.
Huh?
What? A robot?
What is it?
What is it? Are you another robot phobe? Or sorry, robophobe.
That's enough.
Wait, I like his eyeballs. I have a recording function. If you make any robophobic remarks, I will see you in court.
Hey,
What is going on? Wait, you're a robot? Are you for reals a robot?
No.
Are you one of the mono cubs?
Please stop.
Do not compare me to those toys. I'm not just any old robot.
I am K1B0, the ultimate robot. But please, address me as K1.
Ultimate robot? That's really your title? I'll see you in court. Maybe I like him. Maybe I like him. He's kind of nerd emoji, but maybe in a cute way. I love Kiwa so freaking much. Literally fixed my robophobia? Wait, that's cute. That's not fair. You can't be the only one who gets to show off. I'll introduce myself too.
yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm Kokichiyama, the ultimate supreme leader.
He's so cute. Look at him. I don't know what that means, but I trust him. A robot and supreme leader? Neither of them makes any sense.
By the way,
I learned the hard way that a robot's breath smells like gasoline.
How rude.
My breath does not smell like gasoline. I am powered by electricity. Wow. I'm just kidding. Wait,
That is not funny.
You're not funny.
Right?
Of course you don't think I'm funny. Robots can't understand human humor to begin with. Oh my god. Kokichi's the type to call, like, bots clankers, I think. I want to be a supreme leader. Bot? That is so mean.
Do not mock me.
Don't mock me. I have studied the complete history of stand-up comedy. I think you should have just watched stand-up comedy instead of studying it. Aw, wait, he's like trying his best. I like both of these. Both of these. You can't drop the big C word on stream? Oh, sorry, my bad. Get behind me, I'll protect you from the bullying. Aww. He's cute. Plus, I may have the appearance of a robot, but I'm a high school student just like you. Man, imagine there's no way that if you are the ultimate robot, it's like you're that intelligent, like you put in the age category of a high schooler, surely the ultimate robot would be like akin to a middle-aged man. Rah, rah, rah. I'm studying a complete history of stand-up comedy. No, he's kind of charming. He's kind of giving like a just trying his best and he doesn't know what's going on. You know, that's endearing. You're a high school student?
Yeah.
I was created by Professor Itabashi, the leading authority in the field of robotics. Look at him pointing to the ceiling. The ultimate robot was the guy from the last game. I had to poop all the time. This guy's just a toaster. Mechamaru was not the ultimate robot, I don't think. Although, I think he had, like, soda pop in his hands. That was kind of awesome. But surely the ultimate robot wouldn't die. Ultimate is a bit of a comparative label in this case. Oh, look, he's doing the nerd emoji. I love him. I can see why you like him. He installed in me a strong AI, capable of learning and maturing like a human brain. And you're a high schooler? That's weird. That's why, at the time of my creation, I didn't know anything. I was like a baby. But the professor raised me like I was his own child. Is this the plot of Violet Evergarden? He taught me so many things, until finally, he enrolled me in high school.
How about this?
And now I stand here before you all. See? I'm just like everyone else.
Hey,
Hey, do robots have dicks?
Hey!
Please do not ask ridiculous questions. I only asked because your backstory is pretty flaccid for a robot. Well, I can see how being a robot might be enough to be called the ultimate robot. Hey Kokichi? I don't really understand your ultimate supreme leader talent. Mechamaru was God himself. He wasn't taught to see? That's crazy. Shange, hi nerd emoji. Darren, do you not like Kiwa and Bio? Are you not a fan of him? I know people were talking in my Discord about characters they liked, but I low-key don't remember anything that anyone said. Kokichi's your favorite? I think I like him the most so far too. But I don't know, the Mew girl is also fun. All these characters are so good. I like all of them. Oh my god, wait, look at how he's suspicious. He's devious. Oh, I'm just the supreme leader of an evil secret organization. That's all.
Huh?
What? I gotta say, it's pretty impressive. My organization has over 10,000 members.
Huh?
Seriously? The supreme leader of an evil secret organization?
because I'm a liar.
Oh my god, it's just like that one song. Sheesh. Who knows? I am a liar after all. God, I love liars.
Huh?
He reminds me of Scrumbly. I don't like this cast for the most part. I have no strong opinion about Kibo. Okay. Getting Kai vibes, but this guy's not basic? Really? I'm not getting Kai vibes at all. Kai was like mysterious, soft-spoken. This guy is just like full of baloney. I don't know. He reminds me a lot more of a Scrumbly. The way I knew Foss would like Kokichi, like many people do. How? Well, he's like mischievous. I really love problem causers. Look at him. He looks like he causes problems. Kibo is honestly pretty milquetoast. He's my milquetoast. Yeah, you tell him, FX. Huh? So you were lying just now?
It's true.
Well, I am the supreme leader of an evil secret organization. That part was true.
Jeez.
So, were you lying or not? I'm not telling you.
Hey!
By the way, what is the name of that organization? It's a secret, you know, because it's a secret organization.
But
but I've never heard of such a large secret organization like that.
Maybe.
Of course you haven't, because it's a secret organization.
Jeez.
Hey, everything you said so far has sounded like a lie, so that's gonna be a lie too, right?
Oh, dear.
Just leave him alone. Everything he has been saying has been a lie. He's a far more suspicious person than I am, that's for sure. Well, of course you're not a suspicious person. Because robots aren't people, silly. Gah.
You mad?
Oh, you mad? Are you gonna hit me with a rocket punch? Oh my god, he's so cute! Get him! Do robots have dicks or not? Depends if they met Mew. She. He got you there? Dude, I would assume the answer is yes if it's like the... If his creator was trying to make like a person, I imagine he would make a complete person.
I can't.
I don't have that function.
Oh.
Aw, man. You're boring. What a weird boy. He's like a mischievous little kid. This is no time to be joking around. Unless he really is an evil supreme leader. Yay! Kokichi and K1 Bio's report cards have been updated. Yay! Let's see what they like. And what a banger cast so far. Oh my goodness, look at this pose. 28, oh. He's small as hell. He likes carbonated drinks and dislikes pig feet. Okay, that's fine. What if he has a USB stick? I will say the tight pants Kokichi is rocking is not the meta. I didn't even notice his pants. If he has a USB stick, that means he can break into the Kia Souls. Do you have Robitties? Let's see. Well, they're better than Kokichi's. Oh, this is a cool pose. Likes 100 to 240 volts and dislikes vending machines. Wait, maybe that's why they were squabbling. The vending machines and the carbonated drinks are opposed. Suchi has a bigger chest than Himiko? Well, Himiko is 4'11". She's just little, I think. I also like carbonated drinks. Maybe he is cool. Shout out carbonated drinks. He's the best one so far. What a stacked cast. Supreme leader? Yeah, he said he's the leader of an evil organization. You do have the Robitties! Wait, you don't like these pants? I kinda like them. I like the straps around the thighs. That's kind of awesome. Okay. Can I break things? Break things for money for today. I just hope he means to. Surely. I don't know. I was thinking his hat looked a bit suspicious, but you know, surely it's not like that. Let's see. Mini? This blackboard is also an LCD screen. That's something you don't see every day. Slap them tables. I'm slapping them. The hat is giving war crimes. Look at him. He would never. Look at that big smile. Can I hit him? Can't hit him. They should let me hit people. If Kokichi can talk right now, he'd be like, hee, why can't you slap Kibo? He's an object. And then I would kick him in the... Oh my god. It's kind of awesome. Alright, where's the fella I'm excited to meet? Let me meet him. You've met them? Kokichi's one of my faves. Just making sure you already knew his name first. Oh, thank you, thank you. I will say I've seen a lot of like fan art and cosplays of him. So I imagine he's kind of like a Nagito figure, but for this game.
You know?
Suichi, do you mind waiting here?
Okay.
Sure.
Jeez.
Don't give me that weird look. I'm just gonna check if there's anything inside. I doubt there'd be an exit, but just in case.
Sorry.
Sorry. Why are you weird? Why are you weird? No way you're following me around and then you're gonna give me a weird look when I go to the bathroom. Maybe a little. A lot of the characters in this game are in your top 10 fave Dangan characters. Yo, that's so nice. They can never top Soda though. I do really like Kazuchi and Celeste. I don't know, there's so many good Danganronpa characters. The toilets seem normal, but it's weird that the plants are growing this thick. I don't think there's anything here. I think he's my least favorite so far? Really? I don't know who my least favorite is. Nobody is like bad to me. It's just either they're good or they're neutral, I think. Okay. I guess there's nothing for me here. Can I check this one too? This is the boys' bathroom, right? I can't go in there. Not even in this situation. If you want, I could go look.
Huh?
What? I'm not that curious about what's in there.
Remember.
Well, this is an unusual building. Anything could be in there. Wait here a minute. Okay. With that, Suichi opened the door and walked inside. It was just a normal bathroom. Nothing out of the ordinary. No one was inside.
I see.
I see. That scared me. Maybe detectives live for these kind of scary situations. What? What scared her? Him going in the bathroom? I don't trust him? I don't know. I think he's just a high schooler. I think high schoolers are just like that sometimes. Okay, I feel like I've been in a big circle. Scary situation. Yeah, I don't know what she's on about. Entrance hall. I think this was blocked. It's been like 9 moments so far where I had no choice but to laugh to myself. The bathroom is scary. What if he falls in and loses the rat? Good. It wasn't straightened anyways. He doesn't need it. Wait, maybe I go up the stairs. I swear, I'm not reading that. Oh, hello. I don't really want you. I want another fella. Classroom. Hater. Maybe, perhaps. No, it's just you. Oh, this is where we started, huh? Yo, I thought I got rid of all these. What the? Oh my god, I'm level 6. That's pretty awesome. Okay. That was fun. I forbid a man want his purr drip a little sideways. It's just unfortunate, I think. It won't open. Let's look somewhere else.
You're right.
Okay. What is this? Just another monitor, I guess. Okay. I guess I'll talk to you. Yo! What is this? It looks like a dragon statue.
Hey,
Why is there a dragon statue in the school's hallway?
No.
I have no idea. Maybe it's part of the school's official art collection or something. Still, no idea. What? The astute detective. Kinda like it. Blah. Real cool detective? Guys, he's doing his best, I think. This dragon looks like a dragon. Okay, well, sometimes you need to state the obvious and hope it sparks conversation or something. I don't know. Yeah, I looked at your dragon. What of it? Boing.
hey.
Hey, you're an ultimate student, right? Can we talk? She looks like, me... I don't remember her name. Sayaka Sumi. Maybe. Similar hair. Huh? Did she not hear me? Okay then. Hey, hello. What? She still can't hear me? Maybe she's a really detailed mannequin.
No.
We have a lot of finger pointing up emoji enjoyers. They're really hitting that, huh? Saika Maizono? Yeah! She looks like her! But like with a different face, I guess. I really need you to meet my #1 boy. He ties with soda? Really? Oh my god. I love soda. Okay, just leave at this point. Yeah, saying, I don't know. Talking about her right in front of her is kind of weird. Wow, not gonna talk to me. Okay, bye. I don't know. These kids are weird. No, I don't think that's the case.
No.
You never know. We already saw a moving teddy bear. As I said that, I poked her cheek. What? Don't be weird. No! That's crazy. I felt her skin squish beneath my fingertip. Poking her doesn't work either? Maybe she's just a doll. What if she's really shy and you're just talking about her like she's not there and like touching her? I don't know. Be nice to her. But she looks so real. Try a Suichi. Poke. No, don't do that. That's weird. I think Kaide lost aura for that. Squish.
Huh?
No thanks. Just do it. It's so fun. As I grabbed his hand to make him poke her other cheek. This is like the mean girls in high school that like treat you like a pet because you're shy. Ew. That is so messed up. She looks nice.
Hey now.
I never thought I'd be poked from both sides. How truly unexpected. Ah!
I see.
So she wasn't a mannequin. Well, I knew that.
Wait!
If you knew that, why did you make me poke her? Put your finger down! Oh my god. It's one of your least favorite characters?
Huh?
Oh. Because she wasn't responding.
No.
Oh, I didn't mean any harm. I was just deep in thought. So I thought if I ignored you, you'd go somewhere else. You were ignoring us? Isn't that a bit rude?
But
Well, isn't it rude to force someone to talk when they don't want to? Oh, but it's fine. I feel like talking now.
all right,
Now, let's talk. What do you want to start with?
right.
My favorite Doraemon episode is 53, the one with security cameras and target practice.
You know,
Before you talk about that, can you tell us your name?
my name is Tsumugi Shirogane. I'm the ultimate cosplayer.
Cosplayer? Wait, that's cute! I hope we get to see lots of outfits. Kaede seems fun. She does seem fun. She seems like a little bit mean, but in a way that's forgivable. I need to make a Dangan character tier list. Sheesh. I like her too. She's a silly dork. I like silly dorks. She seems really nice. So you're a cosplayer.
I guess.
Are you surprised? I get that a lot, since I'm so plain.
No.
I mean, it sorta makes sense. You have this strange, almost sexy aura about you.
I see.
Almost sexy is crazy. I bet it's because you've got people ogling all your curves on a daily basis, huh? Friday, you sound like a creepy old man. Normally, I don't really like people looking at me like that.
Actually,
I just like making cosplay. I'm fine with others wearing them. But lately, more cosplayers are putting themselves before their characters.
you're right.
I'd rather wear my outfits myself, with love, than give them to people like that. Wow, you're pretty intense.
Oh,
It makes me happy when I get to show people the outfits I've made. And thanks to my sponsors, I can use materials that are just plain expensive.
I see.
Oh, well of course the ultimate cosplayer would have sponsors.
No.
Kaede hitting on the girls already? Shit. Still kind of messed up that she said almost sexy though. Bisexual woman pro tag? Hell yeah. Yeah. It's not a big deal. People just crowd around like I'm a panda at the zoo. That's so amazing. You're pretty much a celebrity, you know?
Hey,
Is it alright if I ask you something too? No, shut up. Earlier, you looked as if you were thinking hard about something. What was it?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh yeah, we needed to ask her that. Nice job, Suichi.
It's from that one thing.
It's right. She just eyeing me. Ah, that bronze dragon statue over there. I'm just plain curious about it. I don't think that's bronze. It almost seems like it's floating, right? Doesn't it look pretty out of place?
Yeah.
Now that you mention it, you're right. It sort of bothers me too. This is a school, right? But everything here is so weird, isn't it? There's trees and grass growing inside. I can't find any exits. And it seems like we're the only people here.
Actually,
Are we going to be okay? Are we going to be able to get out? Looks like a dragon statue. I think that dragon is a dragon. Why did you say the same thing? It's so cooked. It's bronze, it's oxidized? Oh. Bronze oxidizes, like, gray? Thanks, metal worker. Kaede? What's wrong? That frightened look on her face was sorta sexy. This again? Look, he said, haha, this again. He's punching the air right now. I'm just kidding. Well, it's not a big deal. Our present situation is our main concern. Once it's over, we'll be good and dandy.
I see.
You're pretty optimistic, Kaede. Well, people do say I'm carefree.
Yeah, that's right.
Worrying won't get you anywhere, you know? It's better to just be carefree.
Yeah,
Yeah, I guess so. Being all depressed won't help anything.
yeah.
Yeah, so let's try to find a way out. I'm interested in her. Sumuki. I want to learn more about her. Let's see what her favorite thing is. Went from almost sexy to sorta sexy. Oh my god, we're making progress. Likes EVA foam. Dislikes disorderly cues. Disorderly cues? Like lines? Okay, okay. This outfit is really cute. I don't know, she's kind of plain, but she's not completely boring. I don't know. I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued. I would be so pissed off if some weird puppy boy followed me around and thinks I'm hitting on women. Yeah, imagine you're like flirting with like this beautiful cosplayer girl, and then the weird guy that's been following you since you woke up is like, haha, this again. I don't know. I don't know. Kind of a goober. I hope Suichi's the first to die. I need to meet everybody first before I can comment on that. I like Sumuki. She's cute. She's cute and intriguing. Oh no, my steak too juicy? My lobster too buttery? I don't know. I don't know. I feel like we're getting cock blocked. So we're missing so many. Where am I supposed to be right now? Oh, there's 2 sets of stairs. Maybe. Oh wait, I did not know I could teleport. Are these the stairs I was just on? I don't know. I gotta go to the bathroom. You're really going in there? Oh wait, I was just on this one. I need to go to the other one. Wow, you're sexy. Haha, Kaidi, you're so silly. Ugh. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Listen, I don't know. I don't hate him. I don't hate him. I just don't like him. Don't think you've met my favorite yet? Ah! I leveled up. Don't worry, favorite coming soon. Let me try that door, I think. Is this... Have I been here? Oh, I think I've tried to been here. Die! He seems like a, oh, you're showering without me kind of guy. Yeah, he would say that, and then if you took it poorly, he'd be like, yo, I was just kidding. I was just kidding. Don't take things so seriously. But if you flirted back, then he'd be like, haha, yeah. I've seen it too many times before. I was just kidding. Everyone wears pants. Oh my goodness. I went to the dining hall already. Genuinely, I don't know where I am. This lead? No, that's just a thing. I think I need to be in there. Maybe. I don't know if there is a way in there. Well, maybe not then. I feel like I'm going in circles. A lot. A lot of circles. All this and no coins. Die. Oh, bye. Are they stairs by the classroom? Did you try those? Isn't this where I already went? Isn't this where the cosplayer girl is? There's stairs here. Looks like it goes down to the basement.
Shuichi,
Oh wait, maybe this is different. What should we do, Suichi? You want to head down? I don't know. The basement might be dangerous. This place is full of mysteries.
That's
I
right.
guess I can't blame him for being kind of weird, because she's... I think she's kind of eating it up. Kind of sexy. Slaps every table and chair. Shut up, Suichi. Guys, they're in high school. They're in high school. It's just like this in high school, I guess. Then let's proceed with caution. With you at the front.
Okay.
Ah, so I'm in front. I see. With hesitant Suichi leading the way, we carefully made our way down the stairs. I hope she's just like low-key using him. I hope she's low-key just being nice to him so that he is, you know, taking all the bad stuff. You at the front so he can look at your butt. Oh, that's crazy. Hi, Flying Fox! Guys, he's literally scared to go into basements alone. I know he keeps following us somewhere. Ah, hell nah. Look at my detective, bro. It's so over. I'm going to jail. Thought he was suggesting that you go in the front? No, I think he's just like nervous. I think he's trying to be brave, but he's nervous. It doesn't look very dangerous to me.
Really?
Ah, well, some dangers are hidden where you can't see.
I see.
Suichi, you have quite the imagination, don't you?
No.
No, I just think you're not considering how dangerous this is. Yeah, maybe. But we should look around the basement too.
Right?
There might be an exit. Oh, but we should be careful.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right. What is up with Danganronpa and oh, okay. The writers, they thought the pen was on fire for that one. Library? Give me in there. Hope he falls down the stairs and his hat gets nudged in the right orientation. Oh my goodness. Oh my god! As soon as I opened the door, I suddenly gagged from the musty smell of old books. Wait, I feel like old books smell nice. This basement might be full of killer bears. Have you heard teenagers talk? Yeah. Like, I can't fault him that much, because, like, this is... I feel like this is pretty regular. Who is that in black and red? Oh my god, I miss Celeste so bad. Is this the library?
You're right.
There are books all over the place. It doesn't seem very organized. Oh, does that bother you? Are you a neat freak, Suichi?
No.
No, it's just... I was wondering if someone was using it before us.
Huh?
Huh? Someone?
No.
It's nothing. Let's just investigate for now. Wow. Yep, this library looks used. Thanks, detective. Oh my goodness, who are you? Oh my god! This is second best girl? This girl is also cool. I like her. Oh. I think I like her too. Look at her little face.
Hey.
Are you an ultimate student too?
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. Wait, she talks so cool. Huh? Is that it? She sure doesn't talk much. I'm Kaede... I'm Kaede Akamatsu. I'm the ultimate pianist. I'm Suichi Saihara. And I'm the ultimate detective, I suppose.
Jeez.
Jeez, not suppose. You are the ultimate detective, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, you're right. I like the face he's making. I'm done ranking the characters. My list is objectively right, and anyone who disagrees is silly. Okay. I wonder if this building had a purpose before we got here. Look at our little pendant roots thing. I'm looking. I don't know what it's of. Oh, do you mean like the flower? Or the thing on her pocket? And what about you?
Maki Harukawa, ultimate child caregiver.
Oh, she's a nanny? Oh, I like her beauty mark a lot.
I see.
And her little cat mouth. Silly goose. think it's really cute that Kaide is kind of being his mom friend right now. My goodness. She's helping him out. Ultimate child caregiver, huh? Surprised? I don't look like someone who'd like kids, do I?
Huh?
Huh?
That's right.
Well, you'd be right. I don't like kids that much. Wait, she's kind of awesome. But if you're the ultimate child caregiver, then children must like you a lot, right?
I don't care.
Kids are weird. They come to me on their own. I'm not that good at taking care of them. I'm not that friendly either.
Mm-hmm.
They say kids are very intuitive. If they like you that much,
Hey,
then they can probably tell how loving you really are, Maki. Wow, we are just making some crazy assumptions, huh? Set my list in the Discord? Okay! Oh my god, that's Ayaka's VA from Genshin? Really? Oh my goodness. He's so real. Yeah. Kids are kinda weird, huh?
mm-hmm.
Yeah, that must be it. So you've chosen a perfect career for yourself.
That's wrong.
It wasn't my choice to begin with.
Huh?
Wow, I like her design so much. She's so pretty. Huh? What do you mean by that?
So what?
Nothing. Oh, look at... It's just... I already grew up... Sorry, I don't know why I put words in there. It's just... I grew up in an orphanage and got saddled with helping out a lot. Orphanage, huh? I see. Ah, Man, shut up. By the way, do you know anything about the monocubs?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, someone's gotta be controlling them, right? Any idea who it might be?
Like I'd know.
How would I know? Well, fair point. The monocubs are definitely involved in our situation. My god. Guys, don't worry, they're definitely involved.
Wait a minute.
In case you were wondering. Hey, boy detective, shouldn't you have figured out what's going on already?
Huh?
What? Is his hat more crooked? What? Well, he's a detective, not a god. He can't know everything. Man, Kirigiri would have already figured it out by now. Get his ass! Yeah! I hate when a baby looks my direction and the mom is like, wow, she likes you. You should hold her. Wow. Lady, you better put that thing back. Oh my god. I don't hate kids, but I just feel like I don't know what to do with them. I think I'm okay with kids if they are past the age of 2. But if they are younger than the age of 2, I really just don't be knowing. I swear it's more crooked when a different girl is around and his eyes are more covered. It's like a clock in direction changes depending on the time. Oh my god. Put them in a box until they're 21. Oh my god. Well... 21 is kind of... Don't you think that's a little much?
Yeah.
I mean, who cares about some stuffed animals? Escaping this place is way more important.
Well,
Seriously? You think we can escape? Abducting ultimates from across the country would require massive resources and planning. What makes you think a group capable of that would let us just walk out of here?
That's not true.
If they won't end this, then we will. I know we can do it if we work together.
what?
She's so peachy. Work together? With strangers? You're a naive fool if you think you can end this so easily. I like her a lot. She's like not mean, but she's keeping everything real. Oh my god, where'd you go? Our conversation finished, so she quickly headed out of the library. Wow. That was kind of odd. She didn't seem like the ultimate child caregiver.
Jeez.
Jeez, don't say that. Can I hit things? Oh my god! Look, we're cleaning up. That's kind of nice. Case. anything, it's not enough. But at that point, the box costs become expensive. Do you think he wakes up extra early to glue the 3 individual bottom lashes? No, I think he has them tattooed on. That would be my guess. Shout out to the common cold one. Oh, so real. There are a lot of books crammed in here. They're all in different languages too. How is anyone supposed to take a book off the shelf when they're crammed in like this? What a beautiful globe. Away. Maki would flip the double bird while wearing sunglasses and rolling out of the room backwards on Heelys. And you know what? She's kind of she's kind of valid for that. She's just keeping it real. Sending entire 500-pound sacks of books flying with the force bomb. My god, this is just like Skyrim, huh? Okay. We're not reading any books. This is such a weird feature. Why did they add... Why did they add, like... hitting stuff in this game? Lapping around in the library. It is so fun. Sheesh. That's so awesome. I'm so happy for you. I agree. That was really fun. Boost your book? Seems like a 100-hour project. So Danganronpa. Huh? Man, what's this short dude? Where's my masked baddie? Looks like a game room. This is a school, right? Is it normal for a school to have its own game room?
Well,
Wasn't Chiaki a robot? I feel like Chiaki should have been the ultimate robot. No offense to Kibo, but I like Chiaki a whole bunch. Certainly is strange. What is this face?
What now?
They added it so I can do it every single free time and waste hours. Little guy I love? Oh. Is this not the weird character? I feel like there's always a character who's drawn in a different style and they're always weird. I'm sorry for assuming. Mass Baddie is hiding away. Oh. Chiaki wasn't a robot though? Chiaki was a real person? She was? I thought she was like programmed to help the bad people be saved through the power of friendship or something. She's also a program, not really a robot. Well, if it's a program in a body that's not a human, does that not make her a robot? She's an AI of an existing person? Oh. She wasn't programmed to be... I thought she was programmed to help people. Maybe I completely misunderstood her character. She's a program, not a robot. She wasn't based on a person, though? She was? Chiaki was a person? Ah, hell nah. Ah, hell nah. I don't know what's going on. Sheesh. What a strange place. When I heard we were trapped here, I didn't expect we'd have a game room.
Amerikaya!
Wow! Oh my goodness! Thank you so much! We're coming out of your walls? Cryptograde, oh my god! You're in my walls right now! Sheesh! Sheesh! Yippee! Thank you for the follow, Funkun! Hi! Hi, Crypt! Hi, Phone! Hi, Deck! My name is Fast. I'm a Fox Girl VTuber. We're playing Danganronpa 3 for the first time today. It's so awesome. It's so awesome. You're always in my walls. Oh, that's kind of nice. That's kind of nice. I'll never be lonely. I'll never be lonely if you're in there. What were you streaming? I appreciate you so much. You were playing Bug Snacks? Oh, wait, I was watching you play Bug Snacks yesterday, I think. How was it? How was it? Did you have a great time? Not to alarm you, it's care package time. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Clipped, have you played Danganronpa 3 before? So weird but so cute. It kind of... not the gameplay, but the little creatures kind of reminded me of my singing monsters. Like they're like they're kind of weird, but like in a cute, endearing way. I haven't seen on my list for a while. Oh my goodness. I think maybe you would like it. I think maybe you'd like it. I think you should play it. But thank you for the raid. Take good care of yourself. Make sure you get some water and rest up, okay? Are we really trapped in here? There must be an exit, right?
You've still got a ways to go.
Going out of the wall. Oh my god. I did not expect his voice to be that deep. Hi, Allah. It's nice to meet you. Isn't the... I can't make my voice do that. Isn't that what you guys are walking around looking for? Then figure it out yourself.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
However,
The hell? More aura than Teru Teru? Oh my god. I think Teru Teru has the least amount of aura imaginable, actually. So I think the bar is in hell. But yeah, he definitely has some sort of aura. Is he holding a cigarette? With a leather jacket? Interesting. This guy is so freaking awesome. This guy's VTuber. Just don't let them see his face. That's so real. That's so real. We may be trapped, but it's pretty cool here. Compared to prison, anyway. Has he been to prison?
Huh?
Prison? What? But you're an ultimate student, aren't you?
it's an old story.
Oh my god. Yeah. His face is a little unfortunate. His outfit's awesome, though. He doesn't even have to farm the aura. It's just wherever he walks. It's so awesome.
Ryoma Hoshi, the man called the ultimate tennis pro, no longer exists.
Tennis is not what I was expecting. Wow. What a nice voice. Does anybody know who this voice is? I'll do it, voice lab.
I'm nothing more than his empty shell.
I see. His lips. I must like now do some stretching. Have a great rest of the stream if I don't make it back. Thank you so much for the link. Good luck with your stretching. I don't know the name, but it's the same VA as Gangnam, I believe. Really? Wait, maybe I can hear that. Chris Tergliafera. He's in so much. What else is he in? Oh, Crypt, upside down. You're like, I gotta go stretch. Get on the ceiling. I don't know. I can hear it for Gundam, but I don't think I can think of any other things that I've heard such a deep voice in. Hold on. Okay. He's in JoJo, Smite, a bunch of things. Who is he in Smite? I like Smite. Okay, this can go over here. Ryoma Hoshi? Really? I've seen you in the newspaper. The tennis prodigy who single-handedly took down a mafia.
Huh?
You took down a mafia by yourself? Oh my god, do you think he's met Fuyuhiko?
If I remember correctly,
The paper said he shot them through the head with his tennis skills and an iron ball. I don't know. I don't think that's Sora, actually. I think that's crazy. What the hell? Really? So you know that much already. Well, what do you think of the loser before you who used his talent to kill? But Why would you throw away your future like that?
Jeez.
Because I didn't need a future anymore.
No.
No, it's nothing. It's not like me to talk so much. This guy is so weird. Everything upside down while you're upside down. Do you go right side up or just have your legs hanging from the ceiling? In theory, you can't redeem upside down while I'm upside down because the cooldown should be too long. But I guess it would just stack. You know I've thought about it. Oh my god, I know you've thought about it.
More importantly,
What if he killed Fuyuhiko? Thoughts? He's a badass? I don't know. I don't know. Look at... Look at him. He looks... he looks like he just said like, okay, I'm gonna go now. And he's checking to like see if you're worried or not. I don't know. I think his voice is doing a whole lot of heavy lifting. Why is he posting every 3 seconds like it's a photo shoot? Anyway, I'm warning you. It's dangerous to just walk up to a killer like me. As he said that, he turned his back to us. The skin of a killer. Okay. What are those pants? I think he's a bit of a goober. Like, he is aura farming, but then... 3-5! He likes Russian blues and dislikes white tip reef sharks. Okay. I bet they met and Ryumo is like, heh, you're a good kid. Maybe in another life you could have been a friend. And Fuyuhiko would get mad, but he's right. They really could be. He's edgy with the good kind of edgy. Like, he can actually back it up. Maybe I agree. I don't know. I guess it's cool that he's killed somebody. I don't think I can get over this little face that he's making. Russian blue is a kind of cat? Wait, that's cute. And he's wearing an animal ear kind of hat. Do you think he's an edgy boy who likes animals? I kind of rock with that. Looks like it's locked.
Yeah.
I wonder what's inside this room. I hope we can investigate it later. Okay. Nothing much here. I guess we can hit some chairs and then bounce. He likes cats because they're at his height. What kind of cats are you meeting that are 3.5 feet tall? I want to meet a 3.5 foot tall cat. Okay, this is the library. Where is the fella? Oh wait. There's 2 entrances to the library? Just now realizing I confused that for a Moscow Mule the whole time. What? A Moscow Mule is a drink, right? Like a cocktail? Okay, well we can slap some books. Not really anything interesting there. We're still missing 5. Where have I not been? Change tab. Oh. Oh. Well, who are you? I want to meet you. School building, 2nd floor, 1st floor, basement. I must be missing a floor. Unless there's people like in the gym that's locked. Maybe. I thought he meant that because it's like a tough, serious guy drink. Oh, that makes sense. What is this? Moscow Mule isn't a tough guy drink either? Yeah. Yeah. Thud.
Huh?
Huh? What's wrong? The store barely opens a crack. Was it poorly built?
I see.
Well, nothing we can do about it. Let's search somewhere else. Man, I thought I was onto something. I'm onto nothing. Sigh. I don't know, bro. I don't drink anything that doesn't have lychee in it, so it's up to me. You're so real for that. Shout out to lychee. Oh, we couldn't go through here before, right? Looks like the iron gate opens. Did someone open it for us? Let's check it out. Yay! Moscow Mule is vodka, ginger beer, and lime. Yeah, that's... There's not a lot of sweet things going on in that one. I almost forgot this is a killing game. Oh my god, we're just here for the drama. Well, not the killing drama, like the high school drama. Oh, is this the entrance hall? Right, Suichi? This must be the entrance hall, don't you think?
Okay.
I'm encouraging him so much. Yeah, I suppose so.
Hey.
Which means... That door must be the entrance. If we walk through it, we can escape this place, right?
No.
Wait, I don't think we should open doors carelessly. Could be a trap. Why is he doing the Edward Cullen pose when Bella walks in front of the fan? You guys know what I'm talking about? Why is he doing that?
Do not worry.
Oh my god! Oh my god, look at... Is your guy right there? It's my guy. Look at him. Look at him. He's so cool. He is. Not even a little. Aw, man. You're missing out. Worrying about that isn't necessary. I have already examined the doors. Wait, I need you to talk again. Oh,
Yes.
you wonder, who is this? Yes, I shall make that clear first.
My name is Korekio Shinguchi. I am called the ultimate anthropologist.
I will say... his voice isn't my very most favorite, but there is kind of a snake-like quality to it, so it's, like, good enough. More than Kazuichi? Oh... I don't know. Me and Kazuichi have got history. He gave me his underwear. So that's kind of, like, hard to beat. But I don't know. I like him a lot. Look at how thick his eyeliner is. Look at his mask. They're looking suspicious? Doesn't he have the voice you said? Maybe. That's unfortunate. That's not Suzuki from Fairy Tail. Unfortunately, I watch Fairy Tail in Japanese, so I don't be knowing. Kazuichi would be scared of this guy, I think. He'd be like, I don't know, man. He just freaks me out. Yeah, and that's kind of awesome. I love that about him. Koikyo Shin... Oh my god. Koikyo. Remembering? Koikyo? Anthropologist?
Oh?
I think I just really like long hair and eyeliner. Koikyo Shinguchi. Please, call me Kyo. As for anthropology, would you like a simple explanation?
I see.
Okay, sure.
Anthropology is...
I wish he didn't really have his voice. Maybe it's not the voice. It's like the way he's drawing out his words. I really think his ultimate is one of the coolest in the series. Yeah, folklore is kind of awesome. That's kind of swag. You sure have a type, do I? I feel like him and Kazuichi and Celeste are all kinda not the same type at all. I don't know. Anthropology studies customs, legends, folktales, songs, and much more. There may even be customs in your daily life, the origins of which you do not know. Oh wait, that's so cool! I like that kind of stuff. I eat that up.
Let's see.
For example, certain aspects of birthday or New Year celebrations. Ah, wait! I love that kind of stuff! Oh my god. This guy and Celeste would get along? Maybe you're cooking. Not really because of them, but like him and Kai? I don't know. I think I have a lot of types. I have a lot of types, but yeah. Definitely I can see him and Kai. Anthropology sheds light on traditions and customs such as these through rigorous analysis. I really like wish granting folklore. Ugh, that's my favorite one. Ugh, shout out to dandelions and stars and 1111 and coin fountains and eyelashes and birthday candles. It is a study that examines the thought behind culture, faith, and customs. Okay, I sort of get it, but not really. Sounds like a lot of fun, though.
That's correct.
Well, of course it's fun. It is a study focused on humanity.
Beautiful.
Oh my god, wait, look at this pose. Oh my god, he's serving so hard! I'm leaving, goodbye. Goodbye, Tyrion. I hope you have a great rest of your day. I hope he's a part of the evil organization? Oh, I hope so too. Look at this pose. This is the prettiest pose I've ever seen in my entire life. I believe that human beings are creatures who possess infinite beauty. I find all aspects of humanity, even the ugly parts, to be beautiful. Our present situation is rather intriguing. What beauty will I be able to witness here? Oh my god, I'm eating him up.
Humanity is beautiful.
People are wonderful. This guy looks like a creep. And it turns out he is one too. Yo, shut up. I am not thinking that right now. Are you trying to get through the first trial today? I don't know. I really don't have a gauge of like how far I am from that. So I would say probably not. But who knows? Anyway, we can go outside if we just go through these doors, right?
If so...
That's like creeps. Get out. Get out! Why would you say that? Look at him. Look at him. Look at his bandaged up hand. He's cool. You should find the answers to such questions on your own. The moment your hopes are shattered, that too may be beautiful. Oh my god, I'm eating this up. Shattered? What does he mean by that? That's quite nice. He seems a little bit evil. Click you is absolutely a creep. Listen. Just based on what I know so far, I like him a whole lot. Oh my god, look at this pose! Look at the rose! Sheesh! Sheesh! Creeps, crepes. Oh my god. Creeps indeed. I don't really know what his mask is, but... like the one he's holding. But I really like the roses. He likes straw ropes and dislikes air conditioning. Straw ropes. Bandage hand is such a peak character choice. I eat it up every time. Real. Wow. How does your chest compare to your classmates? Seems a bit average. You're tall. Are you the tallest one? You are the tallest one, at least so far. Wow. I like him a lot. Very Dio coded? I don't know too much about Dio. I like this guy though.
I see, yes.
I like him. Why are you doing that? I don't really know about that guy. How does your chest compare to your classmates? Okay, well,
Shuichi.
oh, wait, don't make me sound weird. Dislikes air conditioning? Maybe he doesn't like the noise that it makes. Maybe he's an environmental baddie and he would rather just have windows open. Have you considered that? He can smell you. Oh, man. In JoJo Part 1, Dio finds a stone mask that makes him into a vampire. Oh. That's kind of awesome. I kind of vibe with that. Then, let's go.
Okay.
Okay. Man, he loves saying that. Determined as I was, I couldn't muster the courage to take that first step forward. To be honest, I was scared. Because what if beyond this is just...
That's wrong.
Ah, jeez, this isn't like me. Just because I'm scared doesn't mean I'm gonna run away. I gotta move forward.
Are you okay?
Kaide,
Of course.
don't worry about it. Let's go, Suichi. I psyched myself up, and with newfound strength, walked boldly toward the doors. Upon opening the doors, we were immediately greeted by blue skies, bright sunlight, gentle wind, and... Whoa.
A cage? A wall?
Wait, this is a huge improvement from the other games. We have we have an outdoor enclosure. What's up? Hi, Carrot. Yay, credits roll. Oh my god, we can just slip through the bars of the cage. We're out. Let's go. Both words were accurate. What stood before us was both cage and wall. Either way, the enormous wall struck a terrifying chord. The mere sight of its imposing presence was enough to send waves of panic through me. No matter where we looked, ahead, behind, above, or all around, the cage surrounded the entire school. Oh my god.
What is this?
Oh my god, we can go outside.
What's going
This is so awesome. Hey, Crotch, stop looking at my tits. Him the Foss probably. Yo! Oh, surely he doesn't mind. We were literally on a tropical island last time. Oh. Yeah, but this is different. Yeah, but this is different. Because at least, look, we can see the buildings. Like, we're so close. Surely we can just, throw a rock at the window. I miss the beach music. Yeah, that's kind of true. This music is not hitting the same. Oh. Oh, this music's nice.
Hey.
Surprised about the cage, huh? I totally understand how you feel. The first time I saw it, my teeth and fingernails fell out. Oh. Never mind, this song is not awesome. I like the background. I do not like the talking.
Right now, you're on the
1, 2. Oh, this music's nice too for gore. Yeah. It was almost nice. They said the other line I wanted to say to you when you start stream. Rise and shine or sign. Aw, that's cute. I don't like it. Alright, next time I'm playing video game bangers, I'm gonna be listening to the freaky 1, 2. That's not a healthy way to react to a surprise.
Got a rock hard rager!
BL! but it's so awesomely huge. I can see why it's called the end wall.
Huh?
End wall?
That's right.
Normally, walls are erected to separate two places, right? But that wall is different. It represents the end of the world.
Hey,
What are you talking about?
What?
Hmm? What were we talking about?
Yeah?
Huh? Was someone talking? Was I talking? Okay, freaky laughing.
jeez.
Stop laughing and explain yourselves.
Hmm.
There's nothing to explain. This is simply how it is, so please don't bother. You can't get out of here. That wall has no entrance or exits, and it cannot be climbed or demolished.
Well, actually,
An ultimate could probably climb it part way, but most of the time it's impossible.
What?
But they can still sorta climb it, huh? I took a deep breath and shouted at the wall as loud as I could. Someone help us! Please help us! Eep, eep. Someone, anyone, please help us! We're trapped inside this huge cage.
Huh? Huh?
Eep, eep, eep. I shouted as loud as I could, but for all my shouting, there were no response. Ha, ha, ha.
Stop it!
Please stop. You'll hurt your throat.
that's right.
Yeah, scream all you like. No one can hear you anyway.
Huh?
No one can hear us?
Hey,
What do you mean? What do you mean no one can hear us? Ah, look at him.
wait.
Say something.
Hey,
One of you just answer.
damn it.
Monodome is ignoring them excellently because he refuses to open his heart. You can thank my fearsome bullying for making that happen. Now, let's all get along.
Dumbass!
Shut up. We're the Mono Cubs. We need to be tough and whatnot. What is this? You things, the school. What is all this?
So,
You bastards will have to use your legs, hands, and eyes to find that out for yourselves.
Actually,
But please watch your step while you explore. The school is still under construction.
huh?
Under construction? I looked around. It was true. Some areas did seem as if they're still under construction. It looks like they're still building some of the facilities here. Are they still in the middle of building the school?
no.
I don't think so. It seems more like they're renovating an abandoned school. Wow, thanks, detective. Either way, the construction will finish soon once we set the exosols on autopilot.
Huh?
Exosols?
Hell yeah!
Once part of a biker gang, the exosols now work construction to support their wives and kids. Do robots really need that kind of backstory? Their steering wheels are leopard print, and their dashboards are lined with arcade prizes. Wait, that's cute. Seriously, knock it off, you guys. They sound like douchebags with backstories like those.
So long, farewell.
Oh, okay. Bye. And there they go again. But more importantly, is what they said really true? We can't escape? We can't go over that wall? And no one's coming to rescue us.
Jeez.
But if I give up now, then what? I slapped both my cheeks, and my face grew warm. Or sorry, as my face grew warm, I could feel my determination returning.
Hey,
Hey, Suichi, let's go see if we can find a way out. I slapped him upside his head, just firm enough to get his attention. Okay. One of those bears has Nekomaru's VA? Which one? Was I just gonna do that a lot? That's nice. Slapping her balloon cheeks.
Ow.
Slapping his balloon cheeks too.
You know?
Suichi, I'm not great at motivating others, but we can't give up just because of a wall. We came in somewhere, so there has to be an exit.
Yeah, that's right.
We may not be able to escape now, but we'll do it eventually, somehow.
Yeah.
It's Monokid, definitely the same voice. That's so nice. Does Nekomaru and Mekumaru, are they the same voice as well? Don't like Kaide. I know you're trying to get rid of the hat. Aren't we all? Unfortunate. Everyone just has to cooperate if we all want to get out of here. Yeah, that's right. It's too early to give up. It's too early. Man, I wish this wasn't Danganronpa. I like all these characters. I don't want anyone to die. Oh my god. Hi. You're like almost cool. Jeez. How'd they even make this big ass wall? Seriously, I just don't get it.
Hey.
I wonder what'll happen now. If we can't escape, then...
Hey!
What, are you complaining?
Huh?
Huh?
Listen up.
Quit complaining and grumbling, or it'll turn into a habit. I don't know. I think his hair and like little goatee combo. Not my most favorite. It's my boy? Oh, is this one your favorite?
Yeah.
Besides, this cage is nothing compared to the vastness of the universe. Huh? The universe?
Got it.
Oops, I haven't introduced myself yet. My bad.
I'm Kaito Momota, luminary of the stars. Even crying children adore the ultimate astronaut.
Oh. Okay. He's tied with soda? Okay. I don't think I have any strong feelings about him. He's just kind of there for me at the moment. Don't think you need to be upside down anymore. Oh my god, you're so right. I need you to know that every time I wrote a TTS about Space Boyfriend, I was imagining this guy. Oh. He's a lover boy, huh? Wait, hold on. You're not centered. He's kinda at the start. He's awesome. Okay, okay. Yeah, I've never been to space, so I don't know much about it. Well, of course. Not just anyone can get up there. I may be an astronaut, but I'm actually still in training. His hair just kind of bothers me.
I see.
Oh, I see. So you're still a trainee.
But you know,
But I'm the first teenager to ever pass the exam. I mean, normally you need a college degree to even take the exam.
Huh?
Huh? Then how did you take the exam?
so
I had a friend who was pretty crafty, so I had him forge some stuff for me.
Jeez.
That's illegal.
yeah.
Yeah, I ended up getting caught. I was in pretty deep shit. But the people up top decided they liked me and let me in anyway. Of course, I aced the exam too.
Jeez.
That's reckless.
Got it.
Sometimes you gotta be a little reckless to make your dreams a reality. I think he seems like a good friend, but as like a character, I'm kind of meh. More of a space boy who loves space. That's cute. Being fantasy. Yeah. I kind of agree. No way I can wait till after college. I want to get to space as fast as I can.
But
You sure have a lot of energy.
Got it.
Man, Imagine being an astronaut who's like actually been to space, but they give the ultimate title to like a teenager who hasn't even been up there. Yeah, everyone told me it was impossible, but I never gave up. Not for a moment. That's because limits don't exist unless you set them yourself.
Let's do it.
There are no walls you can't get over. The same goes for that one.
Could it be...
So do you have any ideas?
Shut up!
That's not the problem. No, that is the problem. Jeez, this guy sure talks a big game. Okay. I know he's gonna cry when he eventually has to cut off the hair. Wait, that's so sad for him. Why is it just like glued on there? I like his pose. I like the inside of his jacket being like space printed. Okay, where are you? Oh, he likes houseplants and dislikes the occult. Oh, he would not be friends with Hiro. Liking houseplants is nice though. I love that he's a walking inspirational poster. Yeah, he definitely seems like a good friend to have in a situation like this, huh? His hair's so spiky you could use him as a spear. Onlookers. Kind of looks like Winter. He is quite pointy. Even like his jacket is kind of doing that. Oh my god. This is so nice. Why do they have like a foot rinse? Maybe that's so you can water your dog if you bring your dog to campus. Excuse me, Hiro hates the occult. He thinks it's bullcrap. Fortune telling and the occult are not the same at all. So he says he's dumb. Wait, really? Oh. Oh. My bad. Maybe they would be friends. Wow. Why don't you have shoes on? My shoes on! Whoa, this guy looks scary. He's so big and muscular. Excuse me? Huh?
Attention chat,
Oh,
my
listening?
meow meow man that I love so much is here. Say hello to him and be nice right now or face my wrath probably.
Oh, this is your meow meow? Why isn't he wearing shoes? What's
Thank you.
Aw, he's happy. Oh, thank you.
Huh?
Huh? Thank you. Wait, can he read minds? That's cool.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry for scaring. Gonta's scary looking. Most people not want to talk to Gonta when meeting for first time. Okay, well maybe he's just a caveman. This guy's in my top 12. These are not excellent numbers. It's Gojo's English Rihei? Oh. You crying?
Cause Gonta gentleman.
Why? Why is he a caveman? So, like gentleman, Gonta say thank you. Thank you for talking to Gonta.
Yeah.
Thank you for being so polite. He looks scary, but he doesn't seem very scary at all.
Oh,
That means shoe. Maybe he lost them in the magical girl transformation. Oh, right. Gonta need make introduction. He reminds me of Susan Strong from Adventure
Gonta's
Time.
name is Gonta Gokuhara. Gonta's talent is ultimate entomologist.
Entomologists like bugs? Do you like bugs?
Gonta want to become gentleman. Becoming true gentleman, Gonta's goal.
Aw, he's cute. He's too cute. Freaking out for the insects. um, Maybe it's so that he can notice better if a beetle crawls on his foot. Oh, so you're Gonta. That's a really cute name.
Huh?
Really? Thank you. Aw, he's cute. He's cute. Aw, you're actually pretty nice. Silly me for being so scared at first. Man, I have not met a single, like, bad character.
Maybe.
Oh, Gonta's scary looking, huh?
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. That's not what I...
No.
No, is okay. Gonta used to it. Gonta called scary since he was kid. Since you were a kid, huh?
Oh, going to see.
Big sweet bug man. Aww. I wish there was more bug things on his design. Like if he had like a little bug pin, that would be cute. Kid Gonta bigger than other kids. Other kids scared of Gonta. The Nikes at home forgot to ring. If you wore Nikes with this like fit, I would be a little... I would judge him a little bit. He has a little cage? Oh, the text box is kind of blocking it. That's so cute. So kid going to play alone. That how going to come to like bugs. But when going to really focus, it easy to lose track. One day, going to go to forest to find bugs. End up lost.
I see.
That sounds rough. Were they able to find you right away?
Hmm.
Yeah. Took 10 years though. Why is Suichi not saying anything?
Huh?
10 years?
But
But Gonta fine. New family took care of Gonta. He has nice eyes. I just know he's probably gonna die and it's gonna be sad because he seems precious. Yeah. Yeah, I can believe that. Mekumaru all over again. I see. I'm glad they were nice people. Oh, not people. Wolves.
Huh?
Wolves?
but
But they really nice. 'Cause of Forest family, Gonta learned to speak bug and animal.
going to.
As thanks, Gonta wanna show Forest family what great gentleman Gonta is. How is becoming a gentleman going to thank them for that? This place strange, huh? Lots of plants, but no bugs.
Huh?
Wait, really? I suppose it's understandable that there are no animals, but no insects? That's strange. Not even one bug.
You mean
You like bugs too?
amazing?
What is he doing? Hey, what your favorite bug? What you like about them? No. I wasn't saying that I like bugs or anything.
Wait.
Then you hate bugs?
Huh?
What?
But how?
You hate bugs?
That's not true.
You don't hate bugs. You love them. Right, Suichi?
Okay.
Yeah, of course I do. I love bugs.
Thank goodness.
Oh, okay. That good. No bad person likes bugs. Maybe that's kind of true. That was scary. But how? He's just excited. He's really sweet. I like him. I like him. He's not my favorite, but I quite like him. Yeah. Thought you were gonna die. Honestly, I can't stand bugs either. But at night, it might be best to hide that. Aww. I think it's fine if you don't like bugs. But I think if you like bugs, that's a good sign. What is this? Is this a ninja statue?
You're right.
It looks like one. But why is this here? Seriously, There's so many odd things. His chest is probably huge, huh? 6'6", 43. Well, okay. Likes arthropods. Dislikes bananas. Aw, man. I like bananas. Cute. Back with Spaghetti. Welcome back. I hope your spaghetti is so good. Let the detective tell you that ninja statue looks like a ninja. Man, I need more backstory. I feel like this detective business is not even real. His birthday is close to mine. Would I love to share a birthday with Gonta? That's so cute. Your boy is the tallest anymore, I fear. I've been bested. But that's okay. I don't think I care about height that much. I think hair length is more important to me. I hate arthropods. Aww. I think that's okay. I don't think a lot of people do. Whoa! This is so pretty. Can I look at these closer? Oh my god, I didn't mean to do that. That's why Gunta doesn't wear shoes. He's not allowed to be taller even by 1 inch. 6'6" is crazy.
Yaha!
Oh, hi! I love your outfit. Yaha! How are ya?
My name is Angie Yonaga. I'm the ultimate artist.
Oh. Hi, Angie. Your face is cute. You're pretty cheerful. She's a bit too happy, considering the situation we're in right now. There's no reason to carry bad thoughts with ya. You gotta live every day like it's bright, cheery, and fun.
'Cause Atua says so.
So says Atua.
Huh?
Atua? The god of my island, Atua, is always with me, speaking to me with his divine voice. Oh, well, she's certainly devout. Look at her little cat smile. Do you specialize in painting or sculpting? I do both. I paint paintings and I sculpt sculptures. But Atua is the one who makes the art. I merely offer my body as his vessel.
So divine.
Yeah. How divine.
I see.
I see. That's interesting. If you don't mind, can you show me some of your artwork?
Of course, of course.
In return, will you make an offering? I'm not a religious fella, but I do kinda like her. I like her attitude. An offering. Every Monday and Wednesday morning, on my island, a truck comes to collect offerings. That sounds oddly similar to putting out the trash or pickup.
But...
Don't worry. When I say offering, I just mean a pint or two of your blood. Oh. Don't worry.
Sorry.
I'm a bit anemic, so I'll pass.
I
I see. What about you, then? Angie's cute. I really like her voice. I like it, too. She voices Owie from the first game?
Huh?
I don't hear it at all. Huh? Me?
Yep.
Boy's blood is also an acceptable offering.
Come on.
It won't hurt one bit. Wait a minute. She's so cute. Yeah. Don't run away. This girl is so weird. Wait, I like it. Yo! Her navel is pierced. That goes crazy. I really like swimsuit with a raincoat over it. I like her. There's so many likable characters. These are all so good. She likes avocados and dislikes humidity. Okay. Pretty good. Boss is surprised when voice actor doesn't make two different characters sound the same. I'm not surprised, I'm just saying I don't hear it at all. So a lot of shared voice actors, Hiro and Gonta are the same guy, at least I'm consistent. Really? That's kind of awesome. Shout out to whoever that guy is. I like this waterfall. I think this is... Whoa. Oh, you can hit the benches. I think this is my favorite area that I've ever seen in any Danganronpa game. This is so beautiful. Yippee! Okay. Oh my god, wait, zoom in. Surely we've almost met everyone, right? I am. Still missing 3. Oh. Wait, who are you? What's up with you? Oh, dormitory. I miss Teddy Typhoon a little bit. This building is round and has lots of smaller rooms inside.
Very nice to see you again.
Oh, hi.
Very nice to see you again.
Why, hello, Bear.
We're intruding.
Sorry to intrude.
Jeez.
What is it this time? And what do you mean by intruding?
The hell you saying?
Cause this is your home, you bastards. We finish. Oh my god. Do they play this song every time these bears are on screen? We finished setting up the showers. Now you can go pee.
Hey.
Why don't they just use the toilets? Huh? Even for number 2?
Ah.
Wait, do you got number 2 in the shower? Ew, that's gross.
So long, farewell.
Okay. Thanks for that. Can I talk to this Lolita? What do you mean, our home?
Could it be?
They mean for us to live here. See? There are 16 doors. Perhaps a room for each of us? Wow, he's so smart.
Stop it.
I don't plan on staying here long enough to need a room. Can I talk to you? You are so cute.
But
Oh my god, you're so cute! The song name is literally Rise and Shine, Ursign. Cute. Every time that bear calls people bastards, it makes me miss my baby gangsta. Aww. I'm so sorry. Best girl, she's alright? Oh. Okay, okay. I fail to see their objective. Huh? What do you mean?
how?
If they are holding us for ransom, a large facility such as this would be unnecessary. Furthermore, I gather they would rather care for us than hurt us. In light of this, I fail to see the true objective of the culprits responsible for kidnapping us. I really like her headband. Culprits, huh? I never even thought about that. Why would our kidnappers go to all this trouble? 16 ultimate students have been gathered here, but why? What's the reason?
Excuse me.
Pardon me, I have not introduced myself yet. Oh wait, her...
Tojo, the
her-
ultimate maid. Please
Aw.
let me know if you require my service.
Aw, I like the spider web on her apron. Her design is so cool. It is very nice. I do like maid designs quite a bit. Kurumi Tojo.
I see.
Wow, the ultimate maid sounds like a really cool talent.
Ah,
Ah, wait. I've heard of Kurumi Tojo.
if I remember correctly.
An ultimate with incredible intellect and strength, working as a private maid. I heard that her work is so perfect, she can complete any request. She can complete any request given to her.
Huh?
What? She's that amazing?
I do not agree.
Please, you are exaggerating. I will not complete any request that is asked of me. I once received a request to annihilate a rival nation, but as it was impossible, I rejected it. But being requested to do that is pretty impressive on its own.
That's true.
I've also heard that she's been hired as a bodyguard to several foreign dignitaries.
I do not agree.
I've only been employed as a maid, not a bodyguard.
I see.
But you've been hired by so many important people. You're like a super maid.
May I?
Moving on. What do you intend to do now? Oh, her eye color is really pretty. That's a tough question. What should we do? What would you do, Kurumi?
I do not agree.
I hold no opinions or desires of which to speak.
I am a maid after all.
As a maid, my only desire is to fulfill the desires of others. So please, think about what you desire for yourself and what you desire from me.
For everyone.
No matter the situation, no matter what happens, I am here to serve everyone. Even in this situation, she's more concerned for others. Well, she's the ultimate maid after all. Man, I want to see the ultimate maid and the ultimate child caretaker interact. Fumi was personally a bit boring for me, but I'm sure you'll like her maybe. I don't know, I guess we'll see. Having black accents on your outfit and long eyelashes is so nice. Ugh, real. I love long eyelashes. Was that the bell?
Ah,
Kaide, look, the monitor. What the hell, you?
Thanks for bearing with us.
You bastards!
Kept you bastards waiting, huh?
All right.
Everyone, make your way to the gym, please. The opening ceremony can finally begin. Phew, we finally finished our preparations. Did I even meet everyone?
Hey!
You do realize you just read your lines backwards, don't you?
So long, farewell!
Okay, bye. 1, 2. Yippee. Gym, opening ceremony.
hey,
Kaide, what should we do? I mean, shut up. What should we do? Go, of course. Everyone else is probably doing the same thing.
you're right.
True, but I'm a little worried about this. Well, I'm not a little worried. I'm very worried. I do like the dorm situation. I like circle buildings are fun. Grabbing a snack real quick. If anyone spoils, I will murder you, heart emoji. That's so awesome. That's so awesome. Real and true. You murder me even if I don't spoil. What the? Here, we need you. We need you unmurdered. I think this is the right way. Oh wait, I didn't even check what the maid liked. I'm also forgetting people's names like crazy. Kurumi Tojo. May 10th, that's my sister's birthday. She likes cleaning and dislikes taking days off. Oh my god, the black lace is so cute! Wow, these characters are all so interesting. I don't want anyone to die. I guess he did meet everyone. Korekiyo is my favorite, but I really like Kokichi as well. And Maki. They're all so good. Someone is going to die at some point. It's over for me. What's the point of even playing this game anymore? Okay. Oh, I should save, huh? Haven't saved in a while. Yup. You met Pretty Boy? I like Korikio. He's in my top 10. Kokichi is 16th. I see, I see. That's pretty good. Where's the gym? This? Shoot, I don't even think the gym is on this floor, huh? Oh wait, no, it's over here. Okay, I just gotta run around. Wait. Is this the way to the gym? Down this hallway? I think so. I think so. Oh yeah. Oh my god, I leveled up. Yippee! Yeah, I'm level 10. What about it? Basketball hoops with no nets. All 16 of us have gathered. It's pretty spectacular seeing all 16 of us ultimates gathered together. I do like the name Kaito. Reminds me of Vocaloid. You may not be able to be so easygoing for much longer. In this situation, it's no use thinking about things. So eventually, Tsumugi stopped thinking. Does she talk about herself in third person? That's a little unfortunate. Then she go to the Jarl, build a house. Working on it. Kaito is your first username ever? Really? That's so nice. I'm a big fan of Kaito. That's what I named my Scaramouche in Genshin Impact. Yeah. What's gonna happen to us? I bet it'll be a big pain. What? What are you looking at?
Himiko!
Himiko, you can use amazing powers, right? Cause you're a psychic and stuff, right?
It's magic.
I'm not a psychic. I'm a mage. Whoa, that's amazing! I definitely want to incorporate that into Neo Aikido. Hey, what sort of training did you undergo to gain your awesome powers? Talking about it is too tiring. You're pretty lazy.
Please wait.
Pardon me, but we need to be on our guard. We do not know if and when danger will strike. I miss Himiko. She is so awesome. She is very awesome.
Please don't.
I like all of these characters so much. There's no bad ones. At least not off the bat. Don't say that. I'm so scared. I don't know what to do.
It'll be okay.
There's no need to worry. Atua will protect us.
Thank goodness.
Phew. That's a relief. Ah! So cute. Danganronpa spoiler. Painted my nails today. Shinja! Wait, what color? What color did you paint them? This wants to keep you around, so unless you do anything bad, I really can't do much. What the? Yeah, maybe let's not juice people. Told you the cast is peak. Yeah, so many people were like, oh, I don't really like anyone. Oh, I really only like one person. But I think all of them are kind of nice. I think this is my favorite cast. I don't know. Phew, that's a relief.
Fucking moron!
Is your brain full of weeds or something? I'll whack him out of that school of yours.
Don't worry about it.
Okay, why? This guy is goofy as hell. This game seems quite nice. You're doing so good. Ah, thank you. Imagine not liking Gunta. Unfathomable to me. Yeah, Gunta is really cute. They're all really cute. I think Kaito might be my least favorite. Or maybe the little short guy with the leather jacket. But neither of them are like particularly bad. I just think they might be my least favorite. Don't worry about it. Just leave it to me.
Leave it to me.
If those teddy bears show themselves again, I'll kick all their asses.
Going to wonder
Huh? What that?
what's wrong.
Oh my god. It's so jarring. What's wrong? Ryoma Hoshi.
See?
I am not remembering these names. Listen, hear that? I think I hear it. It sounds like an engine from a robot anime. Oh. Good morning. Good morning, good morning. That did not sound excellent.
Everyone!
Everyone, behind Gonta. What the heck are these monsters?
Wow.
Wow, so cool.
Hell yeah!
They're exosols, highly mobile bipedal weapon platforms. They got lots of hometown pride too.
What are you saying?
I can't keep track of these backstories. Whatever they are, they better kill off the uggos and save me for last.
Hey!
Oh my god, that's crazy. Run, Himiko! Why are you concerned about me all of a sudden?
By the way,
Didn't someone say they would kick all their asses? What the hell? Nobody told me about these. I didn't even realize the robots were the bears. The bra and the 1-2 song really distracted you bad. Ugh.
It's okay.
It's kind of awesome. Oh my god, I forgot about Rentaro. Alright, chill out. No need to panic. We're probably not in any danger. If they wanted to kill us, they'd have done it by now. With that, Rentaro casually walked up to the exosols.
Then...
Sheesh, we're farming. So, what do you want from us? You clearly want something. That's what the guns are for, right? Let me guess. You're gonna force us to do something, and if we don't, we get hurt.
that means...
Well, you have our attention, so what do you want?
And that's that!
Oh my god, why are they so much louder? Hi, Rebel. How's it going? Well, aren't you a wise guy? I'll start us off. Listen up. Here's what we want you punk asses to do. My heart's going 100 miles per hour. I'm gonna say it. You ready? Oh yeah, it's a...
It's a killing game.
Oh my god, wait. Baby first words. Hi. Killing game.
Huh?
What? Monodam, how dare you upstage me? Wait a second. What did you say? If I heard him correctly...
It's a killing game.
Sound goofy. Oh, he said it again. Grr. God damn it, Monodam. I'm gonna crush you with this here exosol. Come on, we don't have time to fight amongst ourselves.
Okay.
Yeah, if you don't stop fighting, I'm gonna crush you with this here exosol. You too, Monotaro.
Leave it to me.
If this is what it's come to, then I will crush the 4 of you with this here exosol.
What are you saying?
Hey, why are you including me?
Oh well.
Oh well, it's more appropriate for us to be
It's a
hostile
killing
to
game.
each other. Oh, thank you. Why do I feel like the TTS had more emotion than Monotone did? Wow, they're doing the Danganronpa thing. Jabroni? What the hell? The voice actors are eating.
What'd you say, jabroni?
All of them. All of them are so good.
I'll throw down anytime, jabroni! Check yourself before you wreck yourself!
Seriously? Are they gonna get it on right in front of us?
Don't worry. Atua is watching over us.
I miss you, Nekomaru.
In a situation like
Rest
this,
in
is
peace.
he just going to watch?
What are we talking about?
Either way, it's too dangerous. We need to get out of here, or else...
Now. What?
Oh?
My cute little cubs. You gotta knock off this awful...
Oh my goodness!
Oh, that voice!
Father?
Papa Kuma!
Interested to see the mother. Papa Kuma, wait, that's cute! Papa Kuma!
Daddy!
Oh, okay. Daddy! Where are you, Daddy?
Huh?
Daddy? At that moment, the lights in the gymnasium suddenly shut off. I like this song. This is so hype. I wish they made him look like a dad. I wish he got fat.
I
Aww.
am the god of this new world!
Okay.
And the headmaster of the Ultimate Academy!
Okay.
The one, the only, Monokuma! Nice to meet ya!
Hello.
Yay!
I like this. Oh my god, wait. They made it zesty! This is so nice. Getting rat. It's your boy. Oh no. Oh my goodness, it's him. Yay, father's here.
Hell yeah!
Hell yeah. Another epic entrance from Papa Kuma. Daddy is so cool. Oh. He looks concerned.
My little cubs.
My cute little cubs. You're all so freaking cute.
Unbelievable.
The only reason I can tolerate your tiresome antics is because you're all so cute.
You're so
Even when the prologue is going way too long, I'll allow it because you guys are cute.
cute.
In fact, the very first prologue ever was only short because you cutie patooties weren't there.
Pops!
Oh my goodness. Pops, are you mad at us?
Don't be stupid.
Don't be an idiot. I would never get mad at my cute little cubs. Gah, he is mad. But Daddy is still cool even when he's angry.
That's right.
Pops is from a planet of handsome bears that get cooler as they get angrier.
It's getting interesting.
Super Monokuma, Super Monokuma 2, Super Monokuma 3, and finally Super Monokuma 4. What is going on?
Times do I gotta say it? I'm not mad.
I love how Monosuke is supposed to be a kid, but sounds like a grown man in Jersey. Well, yeah, maybe bears age differently. Monosuke is Kim Kill-won. I was thinking this feels really... this feels a lot like Jake and his pups.
Ah! Father just transformed into a Super Monokuma god, Super Monokuma!
That's only possible when 6 Monokumas of pure heart are gathered together.
When you said Pops, are you mad? I literally saw it immediately. Yeah, and I think Monofeni is Viola. And then TV would be the Kid Kuma. I don't know who the other two would be. Maybe interchangeable.
It's the power you bust out when you really want to fuck the world's shit up!
A power you only see when the gods themselves do battle.
I'm so good at this game.
Anyway.
I'm so good at this game. Anyway, I'm really not mad. In fact, I gotta admit that I'm actually proud of you guys. You kids really stand out from the rest of the second generation failures in the world. Spoiler alert, Monokuma's a bear. Nuh-uh, he's a shrimp. I think. Or a crab. He's something. Oh my goodness! You're squishing this nasty bear? I don't know. Maybe it's been too long since I played Danganronpa, but I was really hyped to see him. This is so exciting!
No way!
Isn't that a little harsh? I'm sure there are some second generation success stories.
Yeah, but
I can't think of any though. Oh.
If you can't think of any, it's 'cause there's none worth remembering.
Okay.
But Father remembers, 'cause he knows everything.
Holy shit! That's right, Papa Kuma! You know all kinds of useless crap!
This is so weird. How did he have children?
Because Daddy gets all his alternate facts from the most trusted names in fake news.
Okay. Hee. I love embracing my children. They're so cute. I just can't help myself. Usually, ratings will plummet when mascots appear in sequels too much. But in this case, ratings are through the roof. All thanks to the cute monocubs. What is this? What's going on?
Seems like
Another teddy bear appeared.
no.
Yes, but that is no ordinary teddy bear. I can see it. The despair and madness swirling around that cursed thing.
you're really bugging me.
Whoa. First of all, I'm no teddy bear. I'm Monokuma. And show some respect! I'm the headmaster of the Ultimate Academy for Gifted Juveniles. Headmaster? Look at this Maki's so pretty. It appears to be some sort of autonomous robot with a built-in AI, like me. Wow, that is a huge ahoge. Daddy Kuma and Mommy Kuma love each other very much. Uh-huh, go on. Sure we'll find out unless they just don't explain that. I think it'd be funnier if they just never do. Pink and black? Chat, are we behaving today? I think we're behaving less than usual today, I'm not gonna lie. But it hasn't been too bad. Are you saying your nails are pink and black? That is so peak. That's so peak. I like that so much. Dong dong dong.
Yeah, but
The exosols are different though. They're brainless buckets of bolts.
That's right.
They're mindless, pretty killing machines that can only be controlled by us, the monocubs.
Sheesh.
Sheesh. Autonomous robots piloting weapons platforms. This is certainly turning into quite the story. Hi, Jay. Thank you. Yes, that's so peak. I'm gonna copy you. I'm gonna copy you after stream. Well, that may be. But what I'm worried about is this killing game you mentioned. What exactly does that mean? Wait for the answer for half an hour. Oh my goodness. You heard me ask during your DBD match? And you remembered to answer afterwards? That's kind of iconic. I would have just forgot to respond. Miss Splatoon 4-hour care packages? Oh my goodness. Why thank you. Why thank you. Oh, she's so pretty. Dilsey, do you not like this maid girl? Or the cosplayer girl? I don't know. There's so many pretty girls in this one. I'm surprised you only like the engineer. What is so amusing? It's just, when I said it before, I kind of just phoned it in, and now I feel awkward. I want you students with your ultimate level talents to participate in a killing game. Why would I forget? I don't know. Why would you remember? Cause you're locked in. I don't know.
Huh?
Killing game? Us?
Please stop!
Please stop joking. Why would we agree to participate in a killing game?
Huh?
Huh? You guys don't want to do it?
Go to never do that.
Of course not. Gentlemen not hurt people.
And another thing.
This, I have to say, no tea, no shade to Gonta. He's very precious. I don't really like him showing his gums. Like, baring your teeth is fine, but he went, like, a little too far with it. I don't like seeing them. I'm ambivalent about her? Okay. Okay. I think I'm just low-key spiteful, TBH. Okay. Okay. Understandable. You missed some really important stuff, Gonta. It's okay. He's still here. He's still here. But if you looked around the academy, then you already know, don't you? The academy is surrounded by a huge wall. You can't escape to the outside world. And as long as we have the exosols, you can't defy us. In other words, I hold the power of life and death over each and every one of you.
So insured.
My goodness. Gonta looks great until he makes the poorly carved pumpkin face. Womp womp, you might be right. That's why you should visit your dentist often. You have your teeth taken by some fox. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Everyone, make sure you brush your gums a little bit so you don't get gingivitis. Understandable, but it makes sense when you think he was raised by wolves. They literally do that when they're mad. Yeah, okay. Okay, I guess he gets a pass because it's like, you know, he was raised that way. At least there's a reason for it. There's no reason for that little short leather jacket guy to have the look over the shoulder. Like, nervous as hell doing a duck face. So what do you say if we don't want to die? What? Oh, sorry. So do what you say if we don't want to die.
You gotta be kidding me!
You gotta be kidding me! Why would friends kill each other?
Oh?
Who said you guys were friends?
No way!
You guys aren't friends at all. You're enemies out to kill each other.
Huh?
Enemies? We're enemies? I still have a lot to learn from Father about sarcasm. All this talking is bugging the shit out of me. I gotta beat up Monodam to relieve the stress. But I don't like that. I'm not good with violence or gore or sad situations. Daddy, instead of a killing game, could we do a rock, paper, scissors tournament?
You stupid!
Who would want to play a game where no one dies? Well, you do have a compassionate personality. It's so cute I can barely stand it.
You're so
Why, it's cute enough to eat. Cute enough that I want to eat it. Eh?
Hey.
Hey, Monofani, you might want to dial back the cute shtick a bit. My main interest is how this affects the Hay Bear bloodline. Well, how would it affect it? You know, you just have grandkids sometimes. That's reg. Robophobia is so rampant these days. Monodam and Kibo should team up. Everyone, no, no. I like everyone. They can kill the other bears. I don't care about them so much. And I guess they can kill a few people. but not the ones that I really like. Cool it with the stupid banter. I want to ask something. How are we supposed to kill each other? Are you going to give us weapons? What the hell, man? What are you asking?
But
We need to get info from them first. We can't do anything if we don't know anything.
No way.
Man, I can't make my voice deep. I'm sorry. I like Mono Fancy. She's my favorite right now. Avery's favorite granddaughter. Isn't it his only granddaughter? Killer Bear just pop up every there and now. Yeah, it's regular. You're so right. They should only kill their bullies, starting with Koikichi. No! I don't like Koikichi! No! No! Kill this kid. Kill this short kid. Weapons? Huh? What kind of barbaric display are you envisioning? You couldn't be more wrong. Why, at the Ultimate Academy for Gifted Juveniles, the killing game is quite the refined, sophisticated experience.
What?
Sophisticated experience?
Yeah.
Yes. Here, the killing game is punctuated by class trials. Class trials?
okie dokie.
Oh my god. Okay, let us explain.
Alright, so if one of you maggots kills someone, you all gotta take part in a class trial.
Like, the little dolls are really cute.
The class trial is where the blackened killer faces off against their spotless class.
Wow, I have not been doing his voice right at all. He sounds like Joe Gatto.
It's where you punk-ass bitches argue over who you fucking think the blackened is. After that, it's voting time! And if the majority of you idiots vote correctly...
Then only the Blackened killer will receive punishment. So gross.
Ew.
Just imagining all the blood and gore makes me want to puke.
After the blackened is punished, the rest of yous will just keep right on living together.
Told you he got that Joycey accent? Why did only one kid end up with a Joycey accent and the rest are regular?
But if you vote for the wrong person during the class trial, the blackened gets off scot-free and all the spotless students get punished instead.
Regular.
Hell yeah! Them's the rules of the class trial! Woo-hoo-hoo! Oh!
Regular Danganronpa. Oh my god. Why is he freaky? Ah, too much. That explanation revealed way too much. You gotta be more coy, flirtatious, seductive, just like your old man.
Gross. Hey,
The point is, it's not enough to kill someone. You also have to survive the class trial.
How should I put this?
Kill without being caught, and then survive the trial. Sounds eerily similar to the real world.
Unbelievable.
You think so? Then the outside world must be masterfully designed, even at its cruelest. I'll not get Freaky Kuma out of here.
Listen.
I didn't know he had a tongue. A little on Luckers. One can likely imagine, but I shall ask just in case. What is the punishment you mentioned earlier?
Yeah.
Simply put, it's an execution. Execution?
If you do a crime, you get punished for it. That's like the most basic rule of society. But this is a killing game, so the punishment for murder is a bit more permanent.
Okay. Regular Danganronpa stuff.
Hell yeah!
We just don't know what a punishment is. Yeah. Kinda stupid, huh? Oh, I wonder what kind of punishments there'll be. Lots of blood and guts and brains, I bet. The kind of stuff that gives me a raging boner. Okay, well, I didn't really need to know that.
Yeah?
What? Mono Kid, you already have a boner?
Got a rock hard rager!
Wow, okay, that's awesome to read. Yeah! I'm so hard right now.
How gory!
Blood, guts, brain. Okay, she's throwing up. Isn't the punishment for murder already death? Or all life in prison? Like, how more permanent can it be? Yeah, I don't know. They think they're doing something. I'm so sorry you have to read Wano Kids lines. It's okay. It's okay. I think reading Nekomaru's lines was low-key worse. Rage baiting Aphex? I'm shocked Bo GBT can just search it on his motherboard? Aw, hell nah. Aw, hell nah. It's so over. Sorry. Whoa. Monofani just puked.
Got a rock hard rager!
I'm so freaking hard!
Yeah?
Huh? Puke gives you a boner too? You kids are just adorable.
What?
What the hell's cute about that?
Well now.
Alright, I'm over all this boring exposition.
Thrills, chills, kills!
Let's get this heart-pounding killing school semester started already. You can't disclose the rage bait?
Ready to murder however you like, too!
Kind of awesome. Also, yes he can, cause he's freaking awesome. Yes he can search it on his motherboard? Wait. That is awesome.
Like bludgeoning or stabbing. Feeling cheap? Try strangulation. Feeling lazy? Try poisoning.
Strangulation is cheap. Oh man. That's my favorite one.
Whether you shoot, burn, drown, blow up, crush, electrocute, or laugh your victim to death, you can use any method you like to kill anybody you like, any way you like. And if the Ultimate Academy forget the juveniles, you will realize your murderous potential.
Okay.
16 talented teenage prodigies, all competing for first place in a killing game.
I don't actually think he can, but he is freaking awesome. Okay. Can he dispense soda from his hands though? Was it his? Was Mekumaru? Was it his hands? He could dispense soda from something, but I kind of forgot where it was. Someone finds the death note? Sheesh. My favorite, I like Yep. Yep, that one. He probably got no Wi-Fi in school. No, surely he can go outside and get signal. He cried so that his eyes unforged. Was it actually? Did we ever see that? Kokichi, or is it the weird tall freak? Oh. I was talking about the weird tall freak. I like Kokichi a lot too. Maybe they're tied. I don't know. I need to see more of them. Koikyo or Kokichi, yeah. I don't know. If the name starts with a K, I like them. Koikyo. Koikyo. Surely I will remember that.
There's no better setting for an event like this than the Ultimate Academy!
Okay.
You got me.
Killing school semester. It's like a game. Your baby going krillsy? Oh my god, wait. Then you're sort of matching shrimp a little bit. Because it's like a krill, like the thing that whales eat. Risking our lives for some silly game is absurd. Look at this pose.
But
Oh my god, look at this one! She's so cute! She's so cute! Oh my goodness. Sorry. It doesn't seem like it'll be boring though. Hey, how can you degenerates be so calm?
It can't be.
This has to be a lie, right? It's a lie, right? Surely you like Kaito Momota, Luminary of the Stars, then. Oh. Gotta be honest with you, I don't think I like Kaito that much. He's just a dude. He used to be Karate Chomp? Chomp. Wait, did I read her thing? I don't know. She's freaking out. Just know that. Why are we iron deficient right now? A lie? More like fiction. This is the vision you get when you go goldfish fishing for 24 hours straight. Like a story on TV. A scenario so removed from reality, we can hardly believe it's happening.
It's no use.
I don't want to be in a killing game. It's wrong. I'd never do that. Well, if you don't want to participate in the killing game, that's gonna be a problem. Cause the killing game is the only reason you're here.
Huh?
What?
Now then.
Now then, unleash your talents and have a happy, homicidal, horrific, hilarious killing game.
Jeez.
Wait just a minute.
Oh? Stop it.
No matter what you say, we won't do it. Man, these guys are boring, huh? This is what you get when you play Fish Simulation? Luigi! Yeah, that's kind of real. I'm not the biggest fan of him. I never joined Killing Game. I hope so.
That's wrong.
I don't know. I think I'm more interested in the characters who are like, okay, that's fine.
I'll do it.
Whatever you have planned, I'm not gonna let you get away with it. At least Kaede has personality. It's true, it's true. I don't know how I feel about her. I think I like her. Kaede, you shouldn't just rashly defy that thing.
That's nice.
No, I welcome her resistance. That kind of defiant spirit is important to the killing game. It's fun to watch the defiant ones eventually snap and get their hands dirty. Oh, that's kind of real. The Suichi hate train is funny as hell. I've never seen anything like it. Really? Is he generally pretty well liked? I don't know. I just... I don't know. He's kind of mid.
I love it.
Everyone loves that kind... Oh, thank you. Hi, Shrimp. Everyone loves that kind of brutality in a death game. Especially me. It never gets old. It's so fun and entertaining that I just unbearably... I get unbearably pumped up. Plus, as the headmaster, it's my job to force you to do it. Wow. Aw, cute. This is still the prologue, by the way. We stood in dumbfounded silence, surrounded by the squealing laughter of Monokuma and his cubs. Everything about this situation was so messed up. An academy surrounded by a giant wall? 16 ultimate students trapped inside? Mysterious stuffed bears and deadly weapons? And new friends forced to play some killing game. It all felt like something out of a sadistic work of fiction. A sadistic story no different from reality itself. And against my will, I was now a character in that story. Monokuma, can you put the Wizard of Monami on, please? Oh my god, I forgot about that one. Wow. Jazzy. Oh my god. Wait, this is so fun. Good job, everyone. These graphics look nice. Why are we so chill? Like, we took the stress out of this song. Okay, he's on the floor. Hee hee hee. Oh my god, look at it! Oh god! Oh god! Wow. 3 bangers in a row. Okay. Okay. Oh, she had like little robotic arms. Oh my god. This is so awesome. Banger alert. This is such a good intro. Why are they chill? Shit. Wow, good job! Clap, 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 clap. Didn't Monokuma like enslave all people and convince Monomi to kill herself like 3 times? Did that happen? I don't remember that happening. It sounds like it would though. Your mic cuts whenever you get loud, so I can tell you're excited to see him. Excited to see who? I can't tell if my mic is cutting out or not. Or farming. So real. I really, really like this cast. I'm quite happy with this game so far. Ultimate Academy for Gifted Juveniles badge. The bear has hobbies. Oh man, isn't she a bunny? We don't even be knowing. Okay, pick a number between 1 and 30. Inclusive style. The sun stays out so late. The sun's shining through my window. I'm like, oh yeah, it's probably 5 o'clock. It's 7, bro. It's 7. I'm cooked. 17. Oh my goodness, I love that one. Yippee! Prologue end. Okay. I think that's a good stopping point. I'm sorry it was just a prologue. Oh. Can I leave? Can I leave? Oh my god, look. Look at my thing. Ah! Command prompt came up. Surely that's regular. Proof that you've cleared the prologue. It's a badge of the Ultimate Academy insignia. Apparently there are only 16 of these in the world. Wow. Pretty elite. Oh yeah, we'll play more next week. I'm excited for this. I love dress up. Game is long as hell. You're destined to be slogging through the prologue the other day. Yeah. I didn't know the prologue would be so long. But that's okay with me. Surely there will be more interesting stuff next time. But at least we got to meet some baddies. Ending game, is that okay? Yeah. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that's okay. Okay. Thank you all for hanging out with me. That was so awesome! Hold on. Hold on. Where's my stuff at? Okay. Thank you. It was so awesome. I liked it so much. Same time next week probably. This will probably be a Tuesday game. And a Mori Mori replacement. Yippee. I am not live tomorrow, but I will be live again on Thursday to do who knows what. Random stuff probably. It'll be probably pretty awesome. I rated Hallie kinda recently, but she's the only one I got. So let's show her some more love. We love her. More Skyrim? Maybe. I really don't have any plans. It's just, yep. I'll be there. I'll be there. I guess we'll find out together, huh? But yeah, make sure you all take good care of yourself today. Thank you for hanging out with me. Make sure you get enough water and enough sleep and enough protein and make some good choices. These are sorry, it's in all caps. It's okay, we're really excited. You can pick whichever raid message suits your vibes. Bye everyone. Goodbye, I love you. Goodbye, I love you. Bye.